Sabres back in action tonight. They are looking for a third win in a row, and to keep this streak rolling, they have presently won 6 of the last 7. They can make that 7 of the last 8 by beating the Carolina Hurricanes tonight. That'll be a 7 o'clock puck drop in Carolina. We will have pregame here on WGR starting at 6 p.m. No real injury updates to keep an eye on going into the game. Yuri Kulik was hit with the puck on Tuesday, but at this moment, there's no thought that he's at risk of missing tonight's game. To football, some more news coming out of the scouting combine at Indianapolis. The NFL, according to Mike Garafolo, will replace the sideline chains with a virtual system to measure first downs starting in 2025. So that is happening with that Hawkeye technology that they have in tennis and other sports. The chain gang will remain on the sidelines for this year as a backup at the moment. 49ers general manager John Lynch says that superstar left tackle Trent Williams will play in 2025. He is 36. There was some rumor that he could retire. Lynch also says that the team will try to honor Deebo Samuel's trade request, so that they are trying to get him dealt. Sticking with football, Mickey Loomis, the general manager in New Orleans, says yesterday that he believes the team can win with Derek Carr and reiterated that he is the starting quarterback going into next season. Pro Football Talk's Mike Florio reports that Aaron Rodgers would be cheap for a contending team like the Rams on a new contract. It's more about landing spot for him. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of business.
Thing is
WG.
The shorts report, which I assume all passing grades today, right? Nobody's wearing shorts. What about the jacket report? You wearing a jacket today?
I shifted to a vest.
Okay, see,
Like
I wasn't prepared for an immediate turn here to is a vest a jacket. I did not wear a jacket. Didn't wear a jacket. Just a sweatshirt. It's fine out. It feels like today's 65. Don't quote me on that.
That's a little bit of a stretch.
That's my feels like. My feels like is it is 65 degrees outside. It is probably 42. Something like that. I'm not even sure. It's probably something in the 40s. It's 90 degrees in this room right now, but it's 42 degrees
36.
outside. 36?
That's what my phone says anyway.
36 degrees.
And the feels like
65.
37.
How is that possible?
I don't know.
How does it feel colder than it is out? Again, this is just the reaction to it's been 5 degrees for 3 months, and now that it's anything warmer than that, it feels warmer than it actually is. Good morning. It is Jeremy and Joe here on a Thursday morning. The Combine today, and today I believe we get workouts. Like we get 40 times starting today, and then into what, tomorrow and into Monday maybe is where it goes. So for the defensive linemen, the linebackers, and the kickers. Do they have the kickers run the 40? Or the shuttle drill? They probably just kick field goals, right? Is that all they need to do? Maybe in kickoffs. Today is on-field workouts for defensive linemen and linebackers. And for on-field workouts, then you've got tomorrow, defensive backs and tight ends. Day after that, which will be Saturday, running backs, wide receivers, and wide out and wide receivers. And then on Sunday, you have offensive linemen. But today's the position that we've spent the most time on. We probably will spend the most time on until the NFL draft and the beginning of the season. I just wonder how much of today and all these days leading up to the end of April when they finally pick, how much of all of this is just thinking about Kansas City? Because I'm sensing that we've kind of gone away from that in the last month since the Bills lost in Arrowhead. Because the day after, the week after the season ended, for me, I know a lot of it was, hey, this is it. You're getting by everybody else except for Cincinnati, but they're not even in your hair right now. This is just them. It's just Kansas City. And maybe, I don't know, just the Philly game and what that did to psyches about this matchup and what you would do, if you played them again, what you would want to have different. The pass rush, of course, has immediately come up. Are we thinking specifically about what they do and how it relates to beating Kansas City still? Because I am still very much thinking that way. So when the defensive linemen run today, that's, for me, what it's about. It's the defensive linemen and learning more about these guys. Kenneth Grant, this monster from Michigan, who is probably going to be gone by the time the Bills get there, but maybe not. Maybe they would want to trade up. He said yesterday that he has met with the Bills, or he's met with Sean McDermott, spoken to Sean McDermott. So, there's already some connection that's been made there between the two. He is, by the way, 6'3", 342 pounds. And by most of what I've read about him, he's an athlete. Like, he might be a guy that kind of wows today. NFC area scout on Kenneth Grant. 342 pounds, 6'3", defensive tackle from Michigan. NFC area scout. He was a little inconsistent on tape, but he's going to be a freaky tester, and guys with that size and those numbers are really hard to find. That's one scout on this Kenneth Grant. And he's only one of, he's one of many. It's a deep class at the position. We'll start learning more and more about the names, and that'll happen today. And, Chris Trapasso will be on the show and on the station. I know he was on yesterday with Shope and the Bulldog. Like, this is the finding out season about these guys. For me, that really officially begins today and then rolls through the next 2 months. But every player that I have a thought about or see becomes available. Yesterday it was Harold Landry, the defensive end from the Titans. If it's Myles Garrett, if it's not really hearing much about Max Crosby, I guess anymore. Any of these guys, it's going to be though about what does that do to help me beat Kansas City? I got one thing specifically now from the Eagles that shows me, hey, this is one way to do it, and we did it well. And I need to be able to beat them like that. I need to be able to beat them bad because I'm not going to ever trust the Bills in a close game against Kansas City. What I would trust them in is a game where they win by a lot, like Philly just did. 803-0550 is the phone number. There's also quarterback news from around the league in the last couple of days. And I think this is a really hard offseason right now to predict on the quarterback front. Honestly. I mean, how many teams right now would it be fair to say you just don't have a clue what it's going to be. Or you don't have even a great guess. Yeah, you might have a guess, but the Jets right now, I don't know. Dan Leberfeld, Jets Whisperers, was on with Bulldog and Nate last week, and they asked him about quarterback, and the first name he said was a 5th-round rookie from last year, Jordan Travis. Like, oh, maybe that guy. What? That's the first name? Tyrod's been mentioned for the Jets. That's one team that just, okay, no clue. The Browns. That's probably a rookie, but I had a interesting trade idea for the Browns yesterday where they kind of offer the Rams the Goff trade. They just, hey, Rams, you want to make that same trade, but you want to reverse it? Do you want to be the team that takes on the bad quarterback contract? Goff ended up not being a bad quarterback contract. But do you want to take the bad quarterback contract and give us your starter and we'll give you extra draft compensation for it? Like, how bad of a deal does it sound for the Browns to send the 3rd overall pick for Matt Stafford, but they also send Deshaun Watson? Is that bad? Isn't that kind of the Goff trade in reverse? It's, hey, we're getting your starter, who's at an advanced age, so we're not going to be doing this for very long with him. But, hey, maybe they're trying to convince Myles Garrett. That seems to be what they're doing right now, trying to convince him to stay. Right now they're trying to do it with money. But Garrett has made it clear, I only want to be on a team that has a chance to win big. I want to be on a contender. So if you're the Browns, your way to convince Myles Garrett to stay and go Canton to Cleveland to Canton, as the GM said, the only way to do that is to prove to him that you've got an ability to contend this year. And the only way I feel like that happens if you're Cleveland, considering the quarterback opportunities available to you, that would be sellable to Garrett. Because you could sell him on Cam Ward, and maybe that would even work. Cam Ward, in year 1, rookie quarterback out of Miami, just shows up and does the Jaden Daniels. He's just great right away. He does what C.J. Stroud did 2 years ago. He's great right away. Is that going to be easy to sell Garrett on, though? Like, Stafford is proven and was good last year and almost beat the Eagles in the playoffs, throwing no-look passes. That one, though, again, like, that's a tough one because you've got to get the Rams to take the Watson contract. And the only way I bet they would even think about that is if you were willing to trade the 3rd overall pick. So maybe that idea right there is dead in the water on arrival. So that's 2. Pittsburgh, you've got no idea. Is that Fields right now? But I don't know about Pittsburgh. So 3. Indianapolis said yesterday that they plan to have an open competition between Anthony Richardson and an unnamed second quarterback. They don't even know who the other guy is yet. They just know, oh, whoever he is, he's going to be competing with Anthony Richardson. I still might want to bet that Richardson is the starting quarterback. How good is that competition going to be? You know, is that going to be bringing Gardner Minshew back? Or is that going to be Kirk Cousins or somebody even higher level than that? I don't think there's a guy that competes with Richardson enough to where they wouldn't try that one more time. But, hey, I'll count that. They said open competition, and we don't even know who the other guy is right now. So I think it's fair to say right now you don't know who the Colts' Week 1 starter is. That's 4. You could say the Titans are 5 with Will Levis. They have the first pick. They could just draft Cam Ward. They also could just draft Travis Hunter. And then are they signing Sam Darnold? Are they doing something else? Are they like a Russell Wilson team? 5 teams you don't know the Week 1 starter of sitting here today. Add the Raiders to that list. let me deviate from this for a moment to get to the Raiders. Because I was thinking a lot about quarterbacks this morning, and the Raiders are one of them. They'd be the sixth team I would count here as not knowing who the week one starter is. Brady. Tom Brady. This supposed run-in in Montana. A ski resort in Montana that Ian Rappaport and plenty of other reporters detailed yesterday. Running into Matthew Stafford. Just happened to run into him on a ski resort in Montana. Okay, I think this is... I'm only half kidding when I say this. This is just Brady not knowing when he is stepping over the line, or not caring, or knowing willingly, and just doing it anyway. That also is if there's going to be a timeline thing here that I wonder if the Rams make a stink of this. I kind of hope they do. Tom Brady. Here's a fact about Tom Brady for you that you can take to work today. Tom Brady has been involved in every first-round pick punishment that the NFL has ever handed down. There have only been 3 times in NFL history that I read that the league has punished a team by taking their first-round pick. All 3 times Tom Brady was involved, or was at least there. The first one was Spygate. That's his team. It's the Patriots. The second one is Deflategate, which he got suspended also for. And the third one is when the Miami Dolphins got themselves a first-round pick taken away because they tampered with Tom Brady in free agency. So, guy who's been involved in all of those, is the reason it's being reported the way it is because he got to Stafford before Stafford was given permission to talk to other teams? Because if that's true, the Rams could kind of make a deal of this, make a stink of it. Like, hey, this guy wants to leave, and before we had those discussions with him, before we gave him permission, this guy over here, who is the part owner and currently running another NFL franchise, just happened to meet with him, and now he wants to be traded. Huh. Let Tom Brady get in trouble again. Please let that happen. It'd be so great. And by the way, the reason I say that it's being reported weirdly is there was a rumor about it, and then, man, Tom Palazzolo and Ian Rappaport so aggressively needing everyone to know that, oh no, it wasn't a big deal, guys. Rappaport, Tom Brady and Stafford ran into each other at a ski resort in Montana. The meeting, unplanned, so all right, we're already making sure everyone knows it was unplanned, was not extensive or in-depth, and did not include Brady, quote, hosting or, quote, recruiting Stafford, despite reports saying otherwise. Right? I think the only reason Rappaport's putting those details, those specifics out there is because Brady or someone on Brady's team or the Raiders, whoever, is asking him or telling him that so they can get out ahead of it. Like, no, guys, we didn't do anything wrong here. Just to make sure everyone knows we didn't do anything wrong. Don't look over here. Nothing fishy going on. I think something fishy happened there. So anyways, the Raiders, no clue. 6. It's a lot of teams. The Giants, 7. They are the team that I think wants Stafford the most. Will they beat the Raiders out for him? Will the Rams hold on to him? So 7. And then anyone else in the NFC? Minnesota. That's probably just J.J. McCarthy, though, right? But he's coming off a torn meniscus surgery that had a complication, so maybe there's an injury question there. And then Sam Darnold is probably gone, but is he for sure gone? Is there a bridge quarterback there? I'll count Minnesota. That's 8. Now I might be done. No, finally the Rams. 9. The Rams, there was all this Brady Stafford smoke yesterday. There's the Giants wanting Stafford, and a lot of the noise And the fact that there is so much, like these sports updates that we do in the mornings have been just like a daily Matthew Stafford report. Because he's kind of, he's the number one most interesting figure, I think, in the offseason. Quarterbacks usually are. He's the best one that's available. All right, what's going on with Matt Stafford? Are they going to trade him? There was a story from Jordan Renan, that covers the Giants for ESPN, that there is a belief that he's just going to stay on the Rams. That this is just an exercise in, hey, go see what the market tells you you're worth, and then come back to us, and then we'll work out a deal. That is kind of what his implication was of what happens with Stafford, but I don't know. It's not unbelievable to think he's just going to get traded for how aggressive some of these teams seem to be, the Giants and the Raiders specifically, about getting him. And if they do that, the Rams and Darnold are the team that's the match, right? That's the match. If they are going to move on from Stafford, why are they doing that? Because they still should think that they can contend. They almost beat the Eagles last year. The team that the Chiefs couldn't hang with, that the Commanders couldn't hang with in the playoffs, the team that ran through the regular season, like the Rams almost beat them. That was a one-score game that came down to the very end in the snow, turning the ball over. Stafford throws for over 300 yards, and this is how close the Rams got. The Rams got the ball down to the 13-yard line with 1:14 to go, down 6. They were 14 yards away from beating the Philadelphia Eagles on the road in the playoffs. Like, that team should believe they still got some gas left in the tank. But if they're going to trade Stafford, then they're not just going to draft a guy, I don't think. I think Darnold is the one that makes sense. Maybe that goes back to, did McVay like him in the original draft process? And that he did just play in a McVay-style system. Kevin O'Connell comes from the Sean McVay tree. And playing in that environment in Minnesota might make McVay think, okay, he kind of already knows my offense. And he is, 10 years younger than Stafford is. So if they're going to move off of him, to me, that is Darnold. But that is, just went through the whole league. That's almost a third of the league where you can reasonably say today, I don't really know who their starting quarterback is week 1. A third of the league. And tell me if I'm wrong. There are not enough dance partners. There's too many. This offseason, there might be too many chairs. Not enough people to sit in them. 9 openings, and I've got Stafford, Darnold. I've got, you want to count Fields maybe as one of these guys? Then you've got Cam Ward. You've got Shakir Sanders. You've got, who's the other? Jackson Dart is the other one that I'm missing, right? I'll give you Jackson Dart. I'll give you Fields. And that's only 6. Basically what I'm getting to here is there's going to be 3 or 4 guys starting beginning of the year that you don't really think of as a starter anymore. Oh, Rodgers. I should count Rodgers, right? Rodgers. Maybe there are enough spots for Rodgers. Maybe there are enough teams that are going to need quarterback, and there are not enough good ones to fill those spots because it's not a great draft class for it, and free agency is pretty thin if Darnold especially doesn't make it. That if I'm a team that has a guy like Darnold or Stafford, like I'm making sure I'm cashing out because I've got a market here. And if I'm Rodgers, maybe I'm not retiring because I think there's enough teams that need a guy that I'm going to find one. 803-0550 is the phone number, the quarterback picture in the league, as that becomes a little bit more clear now that, all the teams and reporters and league people are all together in Indy for the next couple of days. Workouts begin today with defensive linemen. 803-0550 is the phone number. We'll get back to the Bills, of course. Look at some of the contract situations that they have. We'll talk some hockey, though, and some golf next with Brian Koziel. Stay tuned for that. It's Jeremy and Joe. Open your phone calls at 803-0550 if you want to get in. This is WGR. Sabres back in action tonight, looking for third straight win out of the Four Nations break. They'll be in action against Carolina at 7 o'clock. We'll talk a little more about that with Brian Koziel coming up next. To football, the Combine continues and lots of news and updates. Packers star corner Jair Alexander and Titans pass rusher Harold Landry are both reportedly available for trade. Landry, 31 sacks in his last 3 years, does not have very good underlying numbers, though. And then Alexander, a two-time All-Pro, has not played more than 7 games in either of the last 2 seasons, so he's been dealing with injuries for the past couple of years. 27 years old, by the way, Alexander. Michigan's Kenneth Grant, one of the top defensive linemen in the draft, 340-pound defensive tackle, says that he did meet with the Bills. You're going to get a lot of that over the next couple of days. Penn State edge rusher Abdul Carter, one of the possibilities for the top overall pick during testing yesterday, was found to have had a foot injury that could potentially require surgery. Mike Garafolo reports that the NFL will use virtual measuring to measure first downs in the 2025 season. The Hawkeye technology that you see in some other sports like tennis and others, replacing the chain gang, although the chain gang will remain on the sideline for this year as a backup. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of business.
The far circle, Quinn gets it back again. Shot's not there. Yoki Haru scored from here in the tournament. Scores! He did it again!
Operation 10 straight looking at advance again tonight. Big night. Pins and needles. Right? Everybody's pins and needles.
Oh, 100%. I mean, I'm engaged. I'm invested. I was stressed at the end of that Ducks game. I'm sure I'll be stressed at some points during this game.
Yeah, what's not to be invested in. Jeremy and Joe, good morning. I am live from home. Thursdays I'm at home. I've been working on my setup. I got a fancy mic now. What do you think? You like it?
I do like it. Yeah. It's very professional looking.
Yes, thanks to our engineer. Albert came out and installed it for me.
We get some good lighting in the room in there, it looks like.
I'm working on lighting. We got to work on that. It's no Adam Schefter or Ian Rappaport's books behind them. There's no mini football or anything like that. I haven't gotten into a fist fight with Jordan Schultz, so I'm still working on my street cred out here, doing what I can. Anyway, Jeremy and Joe, good morning. Brian Koziel is set to join us on the Western Hotline. Do we have Brian ready to rock for some Sabres and for also T Green's debut? Brian joins us on the Western Hotline ahead of what is hopefully the Sabres' third consecutive win. Brian, good morning.
Good morning. Gentlemen, good morning.
How do you feel about subscribing to Operation 10 straight wins to get the Sabres back in the mix here? Because they've got a lot of work to do, and I know Lindy's got that plan out of 7 out of every 10 points. I like Operation 10 straight because I feel like it adequately expresses just how difficult it will be to get back in. But we can also have fun with it because they are playing much better of late.
They definitely are, and why not get greedy, right? I mean, they need to after what has been some bad points, and of course the low point of that 13-game winless streak during the season. Out of all these teams that are in the wild card race, other than Detroit, the Sabres have been playing the best out of any of them. So they have gained ground overall, even though you still sit there and look and say, well, they're still 11 back. That's kind of what they've been. They're basically the last month. But they're creeping closer to a clump of teams that they can pass, and the games in hand can give you some more excitement about maybe them over the next week or so passing 2, 3, 4 teams. So that piece is in there. But, beyond the fact of how maybe small the probability it actually is that they can really move up a lot here, if you're just watching this team, they do look better. And a lot of the deficiencies from earlier in the season that people were getting frustrated by watching this team, they seem to have solved a decent amount of them. And that includes how to handle the end of games. We know this year they've been incredible at first periods, but they've been terrible finishing games, whether it's been holding on to a lead or maybe trying to get that elusive tying goal to force overtime. They haven't been good at that at all, but they've been figuring out ways to be much better in the third period. I feel like anytime there's been any sort of adversity or pressure on them late in games over the last month or so, they've handled it much better. Lindy Ruff the other night, I know fans are probably sick of hearing this, but he said, look, I'm seeing it, I'm feeling it, the growth from this team of how they're able to handle adversity is much better than what it was. Unfortunately, they're 56 games in, and some will say, well, you needed to figure that out 5 years ago. So I get it. I understand why still, ultimately it's a results-oriented business and they're sitting there and laugh. But the 10 in a row thing could definitely get them back in it. We've gotten some help from Ottawa, who's fallen back. There's just so many teams that they're going to need to play 500 or worse hockey for this to happen that, to me, I feel like that is almost more what feels like impossible than it actually is maybe what you're hoping for, which is for Buffalo to win 10 in a row. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but I think the likelihood of that is higher than maybe all of these teams playing at their current clip or worse in order for this to happen, for Buffalo to maybe actually get to that second wild card spot.
Yeah, it won't work if Ottawa wins 9 in a row at the same time the Sabres win their next 8 in a row. So that's right. It is whatever. It's a tall task, and it's not lost on me that 13-game losing streak. Brian, I think let me back up. I think there's one thing people are afraid of, and that's that they actually finish well and miss by 5 points, and then kind of sit still and act like, well, it was one bad month really that did it, and Dahlin was out, so we should have been a playoff team. I mean, Sabres fans are going to want action, of course, and they're not going to want them to just kind of sit back and accept another season that ultimately is a lost one.
I think the Dahlin point is very, very underrated and under talked about, Jeremy. I think you're right. They were awful when he was out. Their record, points percentage wise, when he plays, I know would be good enough for them to be right in the race or in the postseason. I know, Paul has said it to you guys. If you take out that 13-game winless streak and take the points percentage from the games in front and the games behind, they'd be in the playoffs. So there's something to be said of having Dahlin out of the lineup. That what a huge impact that had on this team. I think overall, besides Dahlin, yes, they lost Tage for a couple of games, but they were able to handle it well. I know Lindy Ruff thinks Jordan Greenway's return is going to be a big impact. We know he seems to be a guy that really kind of brings that toughness and that energy and that willingness to go to the net that kind of, I would say, motivates the rest of the team to do the same. So he's been a pleasant surprise since returning, even though he's not a huge point producer, but I know that the team and Lindy Ruff really values his return. I mean, you look at what you want here, 10 in a row. Tonight could maybe be the night that if you can get it, you could start to believe it, because they've got games upcoming that maybe you'd say are gettable. There's one team that you have to pass at some point, and that's Montreal. Well, you've got them for a home-and-home this weekend. You'd like to think you can beat them. Montreal's a minus 24 goals against. They haven't been playing great as of late. They've only won 3 of their last 10. You have the Sharks after that, who aren't good. So tonight's a tough one. I think if you get tonight, well, now you're on 3. I feel like I could see 6 or 7 very quickly here coming if they're able to get this good tonight. I think this is a building they're very, very bad in. I think they're winless in their last 8. I want to say 0-6-2. I saw a stat is their last 8. So they don't play great in Carolina. Carolina has been playing very good this year. They're in a battle with New Jersey right now for second, so in the Metro. So if you get tonight, I could see maybe where your Operation 10 in a row here, maybe we could have a realistic conversation about it.
It's just it needs a little more belief. Joe, I don't want to jump on you. I felt like you had something to say there because I have a trivia question about this that I feel like you would have had for us, which is
are you? I was looking like I wanted to know when's the last time they won in Carolina.
The last Sabres goalie to win a game in Carolina is.
Oh, this is gonna be good. Chad Johnson.
That is correct.
Wow.
What is wrong with you? How did you
8 seasons? It's in like an estimation of that time period.
That's right.
And he was here twice. And he was here twice.
Just throwing a name out there, but Chad Johnson. Yeah. Wow.
Chad Johnson.
Yeah. Good, very good call. Anyway, all right. Well, we've got the Sabres and Canes tonight, Brian. We also got you on to talk about a little golf because Tee to Green returns this week, which, snow's melting, and we're getting closer to golf season, and you guys are ready to fire it up.
Yeah, we're super pumped. This is the first of consecutive shows. I think we have 28 consecutive weeks upcoming here of Tee to Green on Saturday morning, starting at 7. We go all the way through the NFL season. So when Tee to Green's done, the Bills will be ready to kick things off We're going to be at Golf Dojo this week, their Niagara Falls Boulevard location. And then we're going to be across a whole bunch of golf courses, a lot of our usual stops, some new ones this year, and golf facilities across Western New York every Saturday morning, 7 to 8 on WGR right here. So we're looking forward to getting it going. If you haven't tuned in before, myself, Kevin Sylvester, who works PGA Tour Radio, gets a lot of good insight on the PGA Tour. Our PGA Pro, Jeff Meadis, really, really does a great job breaking down people's swing. He's always got a good opinion on things. Our Jeff Blank will be contributing to us on social media. He does a lot if you're into betting on golf, which is fun to do because you can do it each day. He does all of our social media work at TVG Buffalo. So the whole team's back. We're really excited about it, and hope everybody can start tuning in on Saturday mornings.
And one topic you guys will have going forward is there's been plenty of talk about the reunification of golf and, the belief that it's very, very close. It has not happened yet. I don't know if you've heard anything of the latest or any sort of timeline, but we're all kind of waiting for that to happen.
Yeah, there's been some other indications that maybe it's close. Brooks Koepka was at a TGL match this week, and it seems as though that the players that maybe used to separate themselves from being seen together are now making a little bit more public appearances. There was one social media post from a golf report that said that Bryson DeChambeau his contract with LIV is up and that he's looking to come back to the PGA Tour and is hoping that part of this reunification thing is that it can be next season. So that might be something to keep an eye on at some point. It sounds like the sides are softening. They want to work together. They know they need to with the money. Ultimately, again, this, as we've said before, this all comes down to money and making it work. But they're meeting with the White House to see if government-wise this can work, and that if the Attorney General is not going to look at this merger possibly and say that this can't happen. So it seems as though it's finally coming here very shortly. We should get an announcement, I would think, at some point soon. I think in the end, we all just want to see, the Koepkas and the DeChambeaus playing against the Schefflers and the McIlroys of the world more often than just the 4 majors a year, because it's great drama. Last year, I know we talked about it a lot, when DeChambeau and McIlroy were going at it at the U.S. Open. That was, I know the three of us, we were debating, and the next morning was, when's the last time a golf tournament was that good? So hopefully we're going to be seeing it. I would expect that we're going to get more and more details soon. I know they're just legally waiting to get everything approved before they can make an announcement.
Very good.
This week in the PGA Tour is a better field than last week?
Yeah, it's not an elevated event. It's a little bit better. It's down in West Palm Beach, PGA West, the Cognizant Classic. It was the Honda Classic forever. They just changed sponsors here over the last year or so. Jordan Spieth, maybe the biggest name playing, although he hasn't been playing still very as consistent as he wants to. He says his wrist is still bothering him, that he's had issues with. Shane Lowry is playing in this tournament. He's been playing well as of late. Billy Horschel, who lives close, is playing in this tournament. So, I would say it's a better field than last week's Mexico Open, which was a fun playoff, even though it was probably 2 players that nobody had ever heard of last week when Brian Campbell won. But I don't know if you guys saw.
Brian, I was dialed into that playoff with some betting interests.
It hit the tree and then came back in. We've all had that break go our way at least once in our lives, I'm sure.
Well, before that, in the first playoff hole, the was Paggi? I can't remember the other guy that was in the playoff. He hits it in the stands on hole 1, right? And near it and survives. It didn't feel like you were getting the 2 best golfers in the world that were going at it.
Yeah, Campbell's been around forever. He made more money just in the Mexico Open than he did his entire career, over 150 starts. I always used to, kind of maybe just whatever when a guy like that has a chance to win, and more when I realize what a life-changing event it is for the individual. I love rooting for something like that. And I know people are like, well, I never heard of him. I'm not invested, but I was rooting hard for Campbell to win there just because I know that it changes his life. He's got his card now for the next 2 years to play every event of the PGA Tour that he wants. He gets into the Masters. He gets into all the majors. So, the fact that he's been playing for years and years and years, lost his card, had to go back to the Korn Ferry Tour, and then, he basically knows he lost the golf tournament. He hit what looked like on Shot Tracer like a bad slice, like you or I would hit. and it hits the trees, and it hits the cart path, and it ends up back in play. And then he hits his third shot on the par 5, like to 3 feet, and ends up winning it. So pretty cool story. A great shot of him and his girlfriend. Like, his girlfriend ran out, and they had a great look on the green of them embracing. So, yeah, it was a fun story, but a little bit more recognizable field this week if you tune in and watch it.
Thank you, Brian. We'll be listening to Tee to Green.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Have a great day.
A good sign. Golf season is around the corner. Tee to Green is back on Saturday mornings here on WGR. 803-0550 is our phone number if you want to chime in on the Sabres. Operation 10 straight. Carolina is going to be a tough one. Joe, 2 wins ago in Sabres at Carolina history is 2014.
Wow. Is that the tank? Or the year before?
Boy, what happened? Gerby scored, I guess. He was all over the ice, and
that was probably the year before then.
Yeah, I mean, Enroth, that's the one I think where they're trying to make a rush to get in, and they just miss.
Oh, no. 14 is either...
That's pre-tank. Oh, no, you're right.
But that's the Reinhardt year, and they're really bad also.
Yeah.
There's 2. Yeah, 14 is going to involve a dead last team.
This is 2013-14. It's early. It's October 14th of 2014. They won in a shootout. So that's 2 wins ago on the road in Carolina. The last one was 2016.
Yeah, not a building that I like to think about previous games in.
No, not
at all. Just for other reasons, too.
Sal checks in at 7 o'clock from the Combine with the latest. Jeremy and Joe, we've got more big names out there in the NFL world. And the biggest story in the NFL world, I can't decide if the NFL wants us to believe it, even though it's kind of not really what everybody thinks it is. This Hawkeye technology lie is a little strong for me, Joe, but you have to explain to me why everyone is intentionally missing what is actually happening. Every NFL insider seems to be spinning it a way that it's not. I can't understand why. You can tell me if you want. That's coming up here on WGR. Okay, Jeremy and Joe back here on WGR. Gene Hackman has passed away.
Yeah, what a tragic story that is right now.
Yeah,
there aren't really a lot of details yet, but
not yet. But it's not just him; it's him and his wife have passed away,
and his dog.
Okay, so people are going to wonder and start to, piece together maybe what happened there. Gene Hackman, my favorite Gene Hackman movie, Hoosiers, is up there. Hoosiers is amazing. Yeah. I mean, Hoosiers, come on.
Yeah, I've never
Hoosiers
seen,
and Crimson Tide and The State are the first three that come. Enemy of the State are the first three that come to mind.
Yeah, I'll have to say I've never seen any of those three movies.
Oh man, you should see them all. Superman comes to mind.
Superman.
Yeah.
Me and Josh chorused on our go-to Gene Hackman movie would be The Replacements.
Yeah,
underrated football
where
movie.
He is the head coach. Probably not the movie that he will be remembered for, I would think, though.
No, I don't think so. No. The Firm. Oh, man, look at that.
I keep seeing The French Connection listed as like the first movie.
I've never seen The French Connection.
That's the 70s.
Yeah. Mississippi Burning is one I remember.
Yeah.
I forgot Superman. He was Lex Luthor in Superman.
And, of course, he voices one of the voice in Ants.
Right.
Big movie in my childhood growing up, Ants.
Who did he voice in Ants?
Mandible.
One of the grasshoppers?
I don't know who that is, actually. I don't remember which one Mandible is.
Look at you guys.
Yeah,
you
Ants
kids.
in The Replacements.
All right. 803-0550, our phone number. We have a Sabres game tonight. Sal from the Combine coming up, top of the hour. We'll get the latest on what's going on there. The biggest thing that happened there is the apparent near fight between Jordan Schultz and Ian Rappaport. That, of course, stems from a Tom Brady report.
Of course it does.
It did.
Yeah, we got to get back into Brady a little bit on this because I think he's up to something again. The guy who's been involved in all three scandals that have cost a team a first-round pick in NFL history. Then there might be some funny business going on with Brady.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, we're right back in the world of his agent Don Yee telling us, "Oh no, that didn't happen." Which, I mean, I'm flashing back to Deflategate, which I forget. I saw an interview recently with Jay Cutler about Deflategate and blah, blah, blah. And the story there, of course, with deflating the footballs is that Brady lied to the NFL and hid things from the NFL. That's why he got suspended, because he hid things from the NFL rather than just say, like, oh, yeah, we did that, which would have been not a big deal. Anyway, Brady meets Matthew Stafford. Oh, I loved Rappaport's reporting on this. Just like many high-profile athletes, they have a place on a mountain. Okay. It just happened to be on the same mountain in Montana. Okay. Yeah, he didn't host him. Anyway, good times. Good times. Good to have Tom Brady back, a person you should always believe what he says and always believe the reporting around him. Whatever, we can have fun with it. Sal on the other side will check in on all things Bills, some of the moves out there in terms of who's able to seek trades. And the Bills, of course, are talking to every defensive lineman on earth. You are starting to see the trend that we all probably would have expected, that's what they are targeting the most at the Combine, it would appear. So we'll check in with Sal and take some phone calls from you if you'd like as well. 803-0550 on WGR.
Hey, it's Sneaky Joe DiBiase here for Roswell Park. It is the season of love, a time for hearts, flowers, and showing how much we care. But love is not always about just a romantic gesture. It can also be about showing how much you care about your community. It's about helping those in need. And right here in Buffalo at Roswell Park, there is a critical need for cancer patients that need blood and platelet donations. Roswell Park's Donor Center calling on you to share your love this February by giving the gift of life. Every pint of blood, every platelet donation stays right at Roswell Park, right here in Buffalo, as they support patients that are fighting cancer. A small act of generosity, just a little bit out of your time. It's a very easy process. They keep you super comfortable throughout the entire time. It's a powerful way to express your love for your community and its people. Visit roswellpark.org. You can schedule your blood or platelet donation there, or you can call the donor center directly at 1-800-ROSWELL. That's 1-800-ROSWELL. Give the gift of life, give blood, give platelets, give love at the donor center at Roswell Park. Sabres back in action tonight. They are looking for a third consecutive win and 7 of their last 8, but they're playing in a place that they have not won in a very long time. Sabres are in Carolina tonight to play the Hurricanes. That'll be a 7 o'clock puck drop. We will have pregame starting at 6 here on WGR. The Hurricanes, though, themselves have been struggling as of late, despite another top season for them on the overall. To football, the Combine continues, and today's the day that players start working out. Defensive linemen, linebackers, and kickers today. The linemen, though, will be, of course, front and center for Bills fans, maybe the position we focus the most on, and they will be doing 40s and shuttle drills and all of it today. Packers star corner Jair Alexander and Titans pass rusher Harold Landry are available for trade. Landry, 31 sacks in his last 3 years. Alexander, a 2-time All-Pro. He, though, has not played more than 7 games in the last 2 seasons. Penn State edge rusher Abdul Carter, who could be the first overall pick in the draft, was found during testing yesterday to have a foot injury that possibly could require surgery for him. Mike Garafolo reports the NFL will use a virtual system to measure first downs in the 2025 regular season, replacing the chain gang with Hawkeye technology that's used in tennis and plenty of other sports, although the chain gang will remain on the sidelines as a backup. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of business.
Good morning, Jeremy and Joe. Sal Capaccio joining us on the Western Hotline, live from Indianapolis. Another day the Combine rolls along. Morning, Sal.
Hey, guys. How are you?
We're good. Yesterday was a big day of interviews, and it was the annual Who Have You Talked To series of questions, right? Who have you talked to? And sometimes, the prospect will get asked by 7 different reporters from 7 different markets, and sometimes it'll just be, can you list who you've talked to? These guys are up there to answer a lot of questions, but the key information, of course, is which teams are reaching out to you, which teams are trying to get to know you a little bit better, because the theme of the day yesterday for Bills fans to notice, obviously, is they're talking to a lot of the big men up front.
They are, and it's a really interesting dynamic, what you just brought up, and it's something I'm conflicted by personally every year and professionally, because I hate the time that they spend up there, the guys being asked, did you meet with the Raiders? Did you meet with the Cowboys? Did you meet with the Patriots? Did you meet with the Bills? However, it's important to know that, right? Like, I don't like it because it wastes so much time, kind of, but at the same time, you kind of need to know and you want to know. So it's tough. I don't know. I get like, well, is that worth it or not? The way it worked yesterday, there was a big backup yesterday and very late, I guess I'd say, for the prospects. There were some prospects scheduled to go in the 10 o'clock hour. They still hadn't gone until like the noon hour. And the reason was, I guess, because the medicals were just taking so long. There was such a backup. For whatever reason, that was happening. And the way it works is there's 8 podiums, and all these different guys are at different times. And then when they get backed up, you don't know who's going to show up and when. So there's a lot of waiting around. And I don't get a ton from just going and listening to every prospect, because a lot of them just say the same things. They're going to promote themselves, talk about themselves. You do learn a little bit here or there, some good personal stories. But, when there's a certain guy that you're like, okay, I want to listen in on this guy. And that's why I went over. The only one I went over to yesterday to make sure was Kenneth Grant. Kenneth Grant is from Michigan, and he's a rising name. He's a really good college player, but I think he's going to test off the charts, and he's going to be probably like a top 15 player at this point. Some people might disagree. I think that's going to happen today when you see this guy run, guys, because he played at 340 something. He's down to like 328, 330, somewhere in there, and he said he's going to run. He wants to run like a 4.8, 4.9, which is unbelievable at that size, right? Once that happens, he's going to shoot up. Anyway, so I wanted to get in on him, and Alex Brasky of Battaglia Davies said, did you meet with the Bills? He said yes. So that was really the only one that I listened in on, but I do know there were a lot of other guys, as you know, and you point out. But it is a really interesting kind of confliction there to be a part of that, and it wastes time, but it's important too.
Yeah. So on the defensive line idea, I find it a little bit I mean, ironic's not the right word, but had they lost to Baltimore and Derrick Henry run all over them, it would have been they can't stop the run, they need big guys up front. They didn't lose that way. They lost to a Chiefs team that did not run the ball on them, and yet we are still at defensive line. I think everybody is, because what is it they're looking for? Aren't they just looking for havoc? That's what I'm thinking about, is havoc rate. Who are the disruptors more than anything else? But they probably need a couple different types of defensive linemen. So, when you look at it, when the Bills, the way they assemble a defense, what is it do you think they're looking for? Is it more than one? And what style?
I think they're looking for a guy and a couple of guys to construct it to have different kinds of abilities at different times. Versatility is key. And I don't just mean outside and inside. I mean body type, like push the pocket back, or are you going to be like a guy that control the gap? And it's important to have guys who can do different things. So we all know Ed Oliver's a, undersized guy. Ed Oliver's game is penetration. I mean, that's what he does. You pair Ed Oliver with a guy like that, it doesn't work as well. You want to pair Ed Oliver with a bigger, stronger anchor kind of guy. And that's why, it worked a little bit better with Daquan Jones when he was with it. Maybe, in 2023 better than 2024 right there. Sean McDermott, he did when he met with us, and then he did some one-on-ones with some of the local TV, and Josh Reed asked him, what traits do you look for? I thought one of the interesting words was length. He said looking for length. In this day and age, guys, I really think it's important to, think about how the RPO game, the quick pass game is so important. Getting hands up, getting your length. And, it's not just about against the run. It's against the pass from the interior as well. That's a big part of it. I think for the Bills, really what they are looking for here and going forward is they're really trying to find a guy that can be dominant in the middle that you have to really plan for, the Chris Jones of the world. Now, I'm not saying they don't want that in the edge. They, of course, want that in the edge. I think that they don't have, and, you look around the league, these teams that have these really great defensive fronts. Look at Jalen Carter did for the Eagles. Right? Look what the two guys, Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter, do for the Houston Texans. The Bills don't have that guy. So it's the trick is there a guy, you're picking at 30, right? I mean, can you find a guy who, for the next 4 years, you're like, okay, like he's a guy you have to game plan for. And so I think that's really what you're trying to get out of this and figure out here if you can find that guy. You
talked to the guy yesterday, too, that just kind of, I feel like embodies all of that, right? Because there's Jalen Carter. When Tampa went after Mahomes in the Super Bowl however many years ago, that's Vita Vea, right? Up the middle.
Yes.
And that the Bills, Sal, whenever they have these penetrating interior linemen, they're even like Kyle Williams to an extent. Like they're usually not these big monsters that also are big and athletic. Like, is the last time they had a guy like that Marcel Darius? And I mean that I'm more in like the athletic profile, less like the being plugged in and everything. But like that's kind of, I feel like, what they haven't had in a while is that size and that profile.
It's a great point. I agree with you, Joe. And Kenneth Grant compared himself, as you just mentioned, to Vita Vea, or at least he said that was a guy he really admires and he emulates. He was one of them. And yeah, they don't have. But here's the other thing: like the Bills don't run a 3-4. And a lot of times you find those guys are more of a 3-4 teams. Big anchoring nose tackles, right, guys? And what you said is, the penetration part. Well, obviously, if you're a super big dude, you're more likely going to be a two-gap controller. And what that means is you lock yourself up against the guy in front of you, and you're responsible to his right and his left. You're a two-gap player. The Bills don't run a two-gap system. The Bills run a one-gap system, which is you're going to line up on the guy's shoulder, and you're responsible for that gap. So you can use a smaller player because you're going to want him to penetrate that gap. And I do wonder sometimes with, how the defense has performed in some of these biggest of moments. Like, we talk a lot about man-to-man and zone defense. Like, could the Bills look for a shift like that? I'm not saying go straight to a 3-4. What I am saying is go maybe more to sometimes have a bit of a opportunity to have a little bit of a hybrid look and go with some of those guys instead. We see so many of these different packages, these NASCAR packages, and guys coming in and out, and guys going inside and outside. And everybody stands up on the defensive line. I think football is played so differently these days that again, go back to the first question you guys asked me. I think you have to have guys on your roster that can do a lot of those different things.
it's one of the variables, Sal. Defensive tackle, defensive end is also going to be here because Rousseau's not long-term signed. Maybe he will be. And Vaughn, we don't know. And Epinesa could be a decision they make on the cap. So the defensive end room could get turned over quite a bit. And this actually leads me to Myles Garrett. Because one of the things about Garrett that is so unique is, he plays with the power of a defensive tackle on the inside sometimes. Like he brings a true unicorn set of skills, and it's almost, I don't know, Sal, like you can get stuck where I'd love to know who's going to be there at 30 before I know if I should trade the 30th pick for Myles Garrett, Like if the board falls perfectly, maybe you get a guy you love and you say, like, okay, we'll get our defensive end somewhere else. But what it really represents, I think, is how much this defensive line could really look different next year, and the number of different ways that they could ultimately get there.
I know that I don't think you're saying this, but I'll say this. If you have a chance to trade 30 for Myles Garrett, I think you do it anyway, right?
Oh, for sure.
Who might be there. But I think I understand your point, though. Like, your point is, like, you can't – the draft can go a number of different ways. And if you can set yourself up with a really great disruptor for the next whatever years instead of giving away, the multiple first-round picks and players – if you can have your own guy that you can draft and develop that it becomes like a Myles Garrett. No, he's a generational talent. I don't think you're going to get him specifically. But if you can have a guy like that, a guy that can really be a disruptor for many years to come and do it yourself, again, that's the trick. That's the key. And that's why this week is so important for a lot of reasons, guys, right? I say every year we do this, and I come on with you guys, and I say, what's the most important thing about this week? It's the medicals. Look what's going on with Abdul Carter.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, they find this foot issue yesterday. And I'm not saying it's going to cost him being a first or second pick, but now teams have to think about that. This week is so big for all of those things that we see. You really got to have a way to figure it out for yourself. Look what happened with Jalen Carter because of his situation that he was in at Georgia and the legal stuff that was happening there. He fell down the board. Jalen Carter would not have fallen all the way to the Philadelphia Eagles. But because of that, it happened. These are all things that factor in to how the draft is going to go. And Brandon Beane even said something along the lines the other day of, well, if you told me how the board's going to fall, I can tell you that now, but I can't tell you because every year it's something different. Joe Shane, I was listening with him the other day, and they were talking about the quarterbacks. And, the Giants are in the market for a quarterback. And Joe Shane said something to the effect of, well, I remember in 2018 when the Colts made that trade with the Jets, and that was in early March or whatever, and then there were trades that were made on draft day. You just never know when things are going to change and completely alter what's happening on the draft board.
Do we know? Speaking of that Carter situation, not that Abdul Carter is going to fall anywhere near 30, even with that. But you mentioned the Jalen Carter thing, and Jameson Williams was this a couple years ago, where you knew he was going to miss time going into it. Do we know how the Bills think of those situations? I can't remember them ever picking a guy like that, but do you think if a guy that was thought, okay, top 10 or even more so top 15 started falling because there's a big injury risk, do we think the Bills are a team that takes that gamble, or are they more that just stays away?
And trying to think of who the last guy is that had an injury. McGahee.
I thought of McGahee too. I didn't bring him up because it was 20 years ago.
It's so long ago. But is there another name in there, Sal? Somebody that needed something?
Shaq Lawson. That was after. But again, different regime.
Yeah.
Under this regime, guys. Under this regime, they don't mess around with injuries too much when it comes to first round picks. Yeah. Now, I'm not saying that they don't pick guys that might have a little bit of. I think didn't Dalton Kincaid even come off like a back issue or something right before the draft? I think it was something like that.
Something minor,
right?
but not to the extent where guy's gonna miss half the year in his rookie season, and you gotta that. That's the Jameson Williams example, and again, there are not a ton of those.
Is Miles Jack a name here? I want or something like that.
Yeah. Right. I mean, so there are. I will tell you, the Bills are very I think their early picks or first round picks, especially the last few years, because they've needed they've needed younger talent and draft picks to be able to contribute. Like that's a big deal for them. Like if they're the medical is gonna matter, and if they can't get on the field right away, I don't know how much of a chance you can have them of drafting that player. They're not in a position where they can wait on the player to play, halfway through his rookie year. So yeah, it matters to them a lot, and I would say that it matters more even when you are talking about a first-round pick and how they grade them. And then the other part of it too is, legal stuff and character stuff. I mean, yesterday, guys, I was talking with a lot of people about different teams, and I was told yesterday by somebody who covers the Steelers that he said, hey, he knew for a fact that lots of teams had George Pickens crossed off their board even before the draft. That's why he fell to the Steelers. And now you look at George Pickens in Pittsburgh. There's a lot of issues there right now, right? And he's a great player. We all know that. But talk to anybody in Pittsburgh, and he's also a headache, right? So sometimes these things manifest themselves in different ways, and sometimes it doesn't matter. And you say, why didn't you take that guy? And he had some issues in college, but he grew up. And sometimes you look back and go, well, that's kind of why they didn't take the guy right there.
Well, and sometimes it doesn't work. I feel like it's easy for me to sit here and bring up, Williams and Carter and McGahee comes up, the success stories. But remember David Ajabo from Michigan a couple years ago? Baltimore, I remember on draft day, they took a switch, knowing that guy was going to miss the whole rookie year. We're going to bet on the talent, and they're 3 years in, and he doesn't do anything for them. He's a backup,
right?
So it doesn't always work.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, listen, we all know, we've been listening to it, that the Bills haven't had. Lots of Bills fans will point out the misses or the lack of production from first round picks for the Bills, and I'm not going to tell you that they've hit on all these guys. Of course, Kyrie Elam's certainly a miss. I think Dalton Kincaid, we're going a little too far with that. I mean, the guy was one of the most historic rookie seasons ever a couple of years ago, but I get it. But there are plenty of these stories, Joe. There's plenty of misses every year in the NFL. Just go back to any NFL draft, say first-round draft, 2020, 2019, 2018. Go through and you go, oh, yeah, that guy never played. After 3 years, he's gone. 4 years, where is he? Journeyman. That happens. It's such an inexact science, right? And then you have the interviews. You try to do your best to just figure out, and nobody knows. Nobody knows how these guys are going to perform. The interviews, they get 60 of them. You guys have been pointing out the Bills are in on a lot of these interviews with these defensive linemen. It helps when you don't need a quarterback. How many quarterbacks are sitting in on with, right? I mean, if you don't need a quarterback, you can focus your attention on other areas. If you don't need offensive linemen, which is a really big deal, I'm sure they're going to meet with some of them, that really opens up the number of interviews you can have. Something else I learned yesterday, which is really interesting, is now I'm assuming most teams do this. I don't know. Maybe all teams do this. But the Bills also have their team psychologists sit in on meetings, and she asks a couple questions at the end. And I asked people, is that normal? And people told me some teams have that, some teams don't. Some teams just don't have the psychologist ask questions. And the reason I know that this happened is one of the prospects actually said, yeah, I met with the Bills and talked about it, and even said, even the team psychiatrist, he said, asked a couple questions. It's the psychologist, but that's what he said. But everybody's got their own process and way of trying to figure this out.
Sal Capaccio joining us from Indy. We'll get a call in. Dennis in Williamsville. Dennis, you're up with Sal here on WGR.
Hey, Sal, not to switch avenues here because you're talking defense, but I was kind of going to switch back a little bit to the offense. What do you hear or see with Mac Hollins? He had a great year for us. I mean, I like to look at it as we got rid of Gabe and we found a well-preserved wide receiver there who can replace him. Do you hear anything where the Bills are going to retain him?
I haven't heard it specifically, but I think that lots of signs point to both sides being interested in a reunion, Dennis. I think the Bills are very happy with what they got from Mac Hollins last year, both from a wide receiver and special teams standpoint, from a character standpoint, how much he really is a part of that room, him with Josh Allen. And I think from Mac Hollins' side, I think there's a lot of interest in him returning to the Bills. But there's a guy that's been in the league a long time. He hasn't had a big payday. He's not going to get a big one this year either. But I do think that, there's got to be a little bit of him that says, okay, I had a nice year and showed. Is there a team out there? And he can just kind of feel his way. But I think at the end of the day, he probably comes back to Buffalo. What are you going to pay him? $3-4 million a year? I think maybe that could be what he's worth for the job that he does. That's not a ton of money for a wide receiver to be on the field as many snaps as he is, especially. So my thought is that he will be back. I wouldn't doubt if it happens before free agency begins on March 12th. But you never know. These guys have an opportunity to go shop themselves.
Sal, you say $3-4 million. I kind of went, ooh, it's not that much. It's
No.
We get the phrase hometown discount a lot. Mac Hollins might be a hometown increase. We feel like we got to do right by the player. It's short. We have whatever. Like, I don't know if he'd get $4 million out there on the market, but he did prove himself to a great degree, and some versatility, and he got more snaps than he normally gets. So you never know.
It is worth pointing out, though, he had double the yardage 2 years ago in Las Vegas that he had for the Bills, and he turned that into 2. So I don't know. I'm not saying the Bills wouldn't give him like $3-4 million, but I don't think he's finding 4 or 5 out in the open market.
And I say it that way. It's obviously the way it's structured, right? Maybe you give him a little bit more, you give him a nice reward, you have a signing bonus there. I mean, his cap number last year was 2.6, guys, right? I mean, because
the one-year
deal contract was structured and what they did. I mean, so you're not talking about too much of a bump from there. You give him $3-4 million a year, but maybe you get the cap number this year down to just a little bit higher than that. And then, hey, if it goes really well, you can decide to keep him next year for something even a little bit more. So we'll see. He is 31 years old this upcoming season, but it's a guy that I think the Bills really like having on their team. If you go to overthecap.com, I don't know if you've seen this. I don't know if you guys look at the evaluations. Mm-hmm. I think they're not really quite accurate a lot, but they actually have his valuation at 6.7. I can't get there though.
Per year?
Yes.
Wow. Yeah, no, I don't. No. that would blow my mind, I think.
So, Sal, before we go, what's on the docket today from Indy?
Yeah, so I'll be leaving here this afternoon, guys, but you have a lot more prospects speaking today. They'll be coming through. I believe the wide receivers start showing up today and talking, and then we're going to start seeing some testing as well. And you'll see the D linemen start to test, and it's going to be interesting to see some of these guys move and what their testing numbers are going to be and how that's going to translate. So prospects will continue to talk, and then today really starts the testing, and that goes through Sunday. Then you're going to start seeing by the end of the weekend, you'll get the quarterbacks throwing and all the really interesting stuff we like to see on TV a lot and talk about.
Do you have any perspective or thoughts on the Brady back and forth Stafford meeting yesterday, and even if that translated into the Rappaport thing? I don't know, but I don't know. Like for me, I read it all and thought it just read to me like Brady not wanting to step in it. Like maybe he talked to Stafford before Stafford had permission, and he's trying to make sure everyone knows, or trying to make sure everyone thinks that that's not the case.
Listen, guys, this last night was great. Okay, last night was great because every night here in Indy, it's who you run into and you see, and literally like everybody in the league is here. It seems like so. There's a place everybody goes here that they congregate. It's called High Velocity. It's the bar at the JW Marriott. Okay, the JW Marriott is kind of like the team headquarters hotel.
Yeah,
and the bar down there is called High Velocity, and that's where everybody winds up going. The Starbucks, where everything happened, is inside the JW Marriott. Above that, it's on the second floor. And what will happen is you'll get a lot of reporters and people go there in the morning and the evening, and a lot of people just kind of camp out there because a lot of the team executives go through there, and it's kind of a place to meet people. And, I mean, when I saw this story come out, and everybody's like, what is going on here? Jordan Schultz, Ian Rappaport. And apparently, so you guys saw the report and why they first started, right? Because
it was
Jordan
a source
Schultz
off about Brady.
Right. And then Ian Rappaport kind of came back with, well, they were only there, totally random and ran into each other. Well, clearly to me, my perception is that's Brady's camp, and Don Yee, specifically Don Yee, his agent, basically telling it because he doesn't want. And I think Don Yee might even represent Stafford in that case. Either way.
Yeah.
So everybody had their like, oh my God, you didn't hear? Here's what happened. And you get these versions of the story. Then I had no idea. Did you guys know Jordan Schultz's dad owns Starbucks and founded Starbucks?
Not until this morning.
I learned that today.
Yeah.
I had no idea, and that blew my mind last night, right? So everybody's talking about all this stuff, and apparently because Ian Rappaport does work for the NFL, that's why they'd call NFL security that this happened, and now NFL has to investigate, and it's a big deal, right? It's going on, but that was like the talk of last night, and every time we ran into different reporters, we were all joking, hey, let's have some beef, like let's it was really funny. It was an amazing night last night to talk about this stuff.
Hear me out. Here's my idea, okay? Hard Knocks, High Velocity. We'll just, get embedded at that.
Amazing.
Let's do it. Let's go behind the scenes, all the insider drama. That's what I want.
Listen, it's not even like that everybody's there. It's so funny. We talk all the time and like I do this, right? Josh Reed and I were there last night for a while, and we were standing in the lobby just talking, and Josh looks at me and goes, heck with going to the bar. This is the place to be. Everybody walks through those doors. I'm like, I know, right? Let's just stand here. By the way, we were there. for an example, Leslie Frazier walks in. Oh, it was so cool to catch up with Leslie, right? So we stopped and we chatted with Leslie just about life, It's just great. He's one of them. He walks in and it was amazing. And then, but what people do is you can watch the people who are watching the people, if that makes sense, right? You see who's going around trying to talk to the right people and put themselves in position to see the right people, and everybody's there. It's amazing. Joe Brady walks by. I go, "Hey, Joe, what's going on? How you doing?" He asked me, "Hey, he said, I saw on social media you went on vacation. How was it? You're talking." That's what like a normal night is like. But last night was to the nth degree because everybody was down there talking about the brouhaha.
Mm-hmm. All right, Sal. Well, thank you for the perspective from the front lines there of the Schultz Rappaport dust up, and safe travels home. Guys. We'll talk tomorrow.
All right. Thank you.
Sal Capaccio on the Western Hotline from Indianapolis. When we return, among other things, we can maybe just talk about that Mac Hollins contract valuation. I got to have an NFL intervention of sorts. I teased it earlier, this Hawkeye technology thing. You can explain it to me, Joe, what it is that I'm missing about this process. Intervention. We've got free agent idea of the day coming up as well, and plenty more. 803-0550 to join us on WGR.
Sabres in action tonight, looking for another win. They've won 2 in a row. Tonight is Carolina, in Carolina. 7 o'clock puck drop. We'll have pregame starting at 6 here on WGR. The Combine today has our first workouts for defensive linemen, linebackers, and also kickers. But big day for the defensive linemen. You had Kenneth Grant, the giant big defensive lineman from Michigan, saying yesterday that he has met with the Bills. Bills are allowed 60 pre-draft interviews at the Combine. The news from the league yesterday is that Penn State edge rusher Abdul Carter, who might go first overall, was found to have a foot injury during testing yesterday. That could require surgery. If it does, it would keep him out for 8 weeks, which would mean he'd have to skip his pro day. Mike Garafolo reports the NFL will use virtual measuring to get first down measurements in 2025 using Hawkeye technology that will replace the chain gang. Packers star corner Jair Alexander is reportedly available for trade. Alexander's a 2-time All-Pro, but he has not played more than 7 games in 3 years. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of business.
Tom Brady and Matthew Stafford did bump into each other at Yellowstone, apparently skied together. That seemed to be the end of it. But we have known that the Las Vegas Raiders and the New York Giants have had interest in Matthew Stafford for some time, and considering the fact that his agent, Jimmy Sexton, that Brady has been aggressive and the Raiders have been aggressive in trying to land a starting quarterback. This makes sense. However, the Rams do hold the cards.
Ian Rappaport, the latest on the Brady pursuit of Matthew Stafford. So, couple things here. Number one, if you haven't noticed, there's an awful lot of reporting on the Tom Brady effect.
Yes.
It hasn't happened yet. But Brady is going to get people to go to Vegas. That's what's going to happen. Tom's going to make that happen. And this might be the first piece of that. Oh, but also, if he ever meets with people, no, they just go skiing. They don't talk about the potential of joining Tom Brady in that team. The Combine. The Combine and NFL Insider season is amazing. What's better, Joe? Reporting word for word what an agent wants you to say about skiing, or reporting a deal is done and then saying the deal was done by so-and-so associates. Like people need that news.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. It's just like, I get it.
It's just agents tweeting.
Right. It's relationships.
Yeah.
It's you scratch my back, I'll scratch yours. Brady, no, I was just skiing. He came over to the house. I didn't host him. He wasn't invited. I mean, where will the story go to next,
Yeah. Well, what I'm rooting for the story to go next is that he did do this, hosted Stafford before the Rams gave him permission, and the Rams say, hey, wait a minute, this guy wants a trade, and he tampering. But it's an owner of a team that is talking to our quarterback about playing for him while he's under contract with us.
Isn't the most likely scenario that Brady gets away with it because the Rams don't want to do that to Tom Brady? Isn't this the same?
Why wouldn't the Rams want to do it?
Because the same reason that hockey GMs want to be friends with Steve Yzerman. You don't want to take that guy to task for something.
I feel like football, though, is a little less of that, aren't they? Aren't they a little more cutthroat, a little more competitive with the other guys rather than they're all in the same club together?
Maybe. Maybe. It's possible. Anyway, that's one thing that happened at the Combine. The thing I need an explanation on, and if somebody could help me on this, I feel like the NFL or the NFL world is intentionally misleading everyone, and I need to know why. So the story today, Mike Garafolo had this, that Hawkeye technology is coming. Hawkeye technology is going to be here to measure the line to gain for first downs. And, Joe, the number of times that I've seen the phrase, this is massive, huge change is coming, finally, this is happening. This is not a big deal. This is not the thing that people that are reading the headline and then quote tweet, you're not getting the thing you think you're getting. All you're getting is, instead of the guy walking out and holding the chain at the ball, they're going to zap it with a laser and say, as a first down. The spotting of the ball is not changing. The thing that people actually hate is the same. It's still, Josh Allen throws the ball to a guy and he's like, I'll put it right here. This is about where it was. Nothing about that has changed. Why is the entire NFL media kind of complicit in furthering this misperception that it's a massive change?
Yeah, I don't know, because it's not that really at all. In fact, like, I also see all of that and think you're not getting what you want, but this is like the right thing to do, in my opinion, because what Garofalo even followed up with, but it's not even in his original tweet, it's in like the threaded tweet like below it. What is the league's like slide on their PowerPoint at the combine say about this change? It doesn't say anything actually about it being more accurate, about measuring the spot being more accurate. What's the thing that they're actually, that they're holding up as the reason we're doing this? They're talking about the time that it takes. They're talking about that it's going to be quicker, that it's a 75-second average the average time to measure with the chains is 75 seconds, and that the virtual measurements in the testing phase has been an average of 30 seconds. So, like, when they're at this league meeting where everybody is there and like, okay, this is why we're doing it, they're not saying anything about the spot. They're not saying anything about the accuracy of it. They're just basically saying, well, this is going to save a lot of time. 12 measurements taken on average per game, and you're cutting it in half. So
I support it. I'm not mad about it.
But you're right that.
But it's not the thing that people think it is.
I don't know why. You would think the big league insiders also that are there would be trying to push forward the NFL's what they're shooting for here. Does the NFL think it's good PR to like have everybody misbelieve for a couple of weeks or a couple of months that, hey, they're going to get first downs more accurate now?
Yeah.
Or they're going to spot the ball more accurately?
I don't understand it. Right. Slated to replace the chains as the primary measurement system. That makes you think that they're no longer using them. And of course they are. The Hawkeye technology, the line that the Hawkeye measures is set by the chains. It's not that different. So, and then there's the other part of it. Okay, so now you're going to get that faster. That's fine. I don't know that this was ever a problem. If they want to speed it up, that's good. But, Joe, you and I watch the Premier League quite a bit. We've seen VAR. Isn't it incredibly unsatisfying as a viewer when they just put a line on the screen and you wait 30 seconds and it just goes onside? Oh.
Well,
okay.
Yes and no. I mean, like, they do show you, like, they show you the live feed of what they're looking at, right? So they show you, like, you see the two players and you're trying to figure out for yourself, right? Like, if that's going to be offside or if it's going to be onside before they draw the line.
There's no measurement by a person that goes there, and you don't see the tool, the chain. Well, there it is, and it's past the ball. You just wait, and your television screen.
You see their virtual line getting moved around, don't you? And like before they spot it right where it's supposed to be.
That's right. I'm just telling you, when it's close, people are going to be mad. They're going to say it was wrong. That's how this works. Like, you've never heard somebody say that the chain gang measured it wrong, but because of and this is the thing about angles. Again, if you watch EPL challenges for offside, you'll look at a play and say, that is offside. And sure enough, the computer-generated thing will tell you, based on the angle from where you are, that's actually not a straight line. And you have to trust that as being right because the angles play with your mind. When they used to use the chain gang, you would never complain about it.
Right. The best point to me is that nobody has ever blamed the chain gang for not getting the first down. Everyone has always blamed the official for spotting the ball wrong.
Right. And that's the thing that's not changing.
Right.
And there's no timeline for that to change.
I guess, though, I'm maybe jumping too far on this. I guess my optimism would be that this is a baby step towards that eventually happening, though. That, hey, we're going to get Hawkeye's going to start being implemented in the league with this on this part of the first down, and that kind of opens the door to, I don't know what the time period is. Is it 3 years? Is it 10 years? That someday down the road, we're going to use the same exact company, the same exact technology with more innovation to actually spot the ball now also. That's what I want.
Yeah.
Smartwatches too. They're going to be using smartwatches for this.
Good. I support speeding things up, and that all makes a ton of sense. I'm gonna every time I see this is massive. The other thing that's happening is the Bills are catching strays over it. I don't know if you noticed that. Half the comments are, oh, look, they're changing the rules for the Bills again. This would not have helped the Bills. This is not a change. This is not a thing that would have made a difference. This saw a ton of, they'll just keep changing rules until Josh Allen gets a Super Bowl. That's not what this is.
See, that's what I would have liked to see. Like, I think you're probably right that it wouldn't have changed the Bills, but how much margin for error is there on that chain gang? Like, when they run from, how exact is it? When they run from the sidelines, how long is the field? They're running 25 yards to where the ball is. When they run that 25 yards, do they move 8 inches one way or the other? Because the Bills missed that first down by like less than a foot, didn't they?
It's very easy. No, they don't miss because you just pick up the chain links that are on a yard line and you put them right on the same yard line. Like that. That's not hard to do.
But right, they're measuring in yards, and the first down can miss by inches, is what I mean.
No, I know, but I'm saying like what you do as the chain gang. Picture a chain spread out over 10 yards.
Yep.
You go to the spot on the 40-yard line and pick up 2 links of the chain that span the 40 and go place it in the same spot. That's how it's done, I suppose. Anyway, now it's a laser, and it's not the change that you actually do want. That's the key. This is not massive. It's a little more time-saving. It's probably for the best. 803-0550, pick of the week. Lots more from the Combine coming up. Some new names in trade rumors and free agent idea of the day. We still owe you that as well. 803-0550 to give us a call here on WGR.
Sneaky Joe DiBiase here for Clinton Collision. That was a rough winter that we had, and honestly, it might kick back up this weekend. So the roads have been really tough to do a number on your car, whether you got a cracked bumper, smash fender. Yeah, that is not a good look. Sneaky Joe DiBiase here. When my car needs work, I go to Clinton Collision. The guys are the real deal, bringing wrecked cars back to life. Plus, they work with all insurance companies. So if you happen to be involved in one of the many accidents from this winter, call the guys that I trust, Clinton Collision. You can call them up at 716-823-2000 or visit ClintonCollision.com.
It's time for the pick of the week from Riverfront Auto Sales. Pick of the week is a luxury ride you don't want to miss. The 2018 Genesis G80 with a powerful 3.8-liter V6 all-wheel drive for superior control and a cabin loaded with premium features. Sleek silver sedan combines gray leather style with performance like never before. Stop by Riverfront Auto Sales, 1379 Niagara Street. Test drive the 2018 Genesis G80 at Riverfront. And hurry, this pick won't last long. For more info, call 886-1626 or visit riverfrontautosales.com. Pick of the week. I feel like the pick of the week, Joe, this time I'm going to do a full week's worth of picks. And by that I mean it's going to be, and it might be the same next week, the Ovechkin goal chase.
Okay.
Because they play a bunch, right?
Yeah.
The Capitals play Saturday afternoon. They play Monday, Wednesday, next Friday. You know, this thing is coming down to single digits soon. So my pick of the week is the Ovechkin chase, and it might be the same pick next week.
They'll be on national TV next Wednesday also. If you get the ESPN
Rangers.
Plus package, you can watch them all. Yeah, they're against the Rangers. They'll be TNT.
Yep.
Yeah.
All
All
right.
right.
The goal chase. Be fun to track.
He's also scoring like every single game, so you're often getting what you came for.
It's that, or you can watch guys bench press at the combine because on-field workouts start today.
Yeah, I might go the hockey over it. I'll watch a highlight or two. Watch a clip from the combine. Who just sits and stares at the combine?
NFL GMs and scouts.
Even them, I bet they're not. They're walking up and walking out, right? Didn't Joe Shane in that Hard Knocks last year get up during the middle of it and go talk to somebody about a trade? They're doing that.
803-0550, our phone number 1-888-550-2550 to join us as we move through this offseason. We owe you a free agent idea of the day today. Continue to track that. More players being told they can seek a trade, so player movement on the way. And the Matthew Stafford sweepstakes, I do think they're interesting, Joe. Like the Brady story of it is whatever. But who gets Stafford and who should we be rooting for to get Stafford? Because I like him. I root for him. I want him to go somewhere I can root for him. So we'll get the latest on that because there are 3 teams reportedly in on Stafford. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. Jeremy White here for FanDuel Sportsbook, official partner of WGR. You can, with college basketball, jump in. We're about to turn the calendar to March, and of course, in college basketball, that's a big month. So, if you want to join with FanDuel, there's no better time. The app is easy to use. When you win, you get paid instantly. Visit FanDuel.com/white and get in on the college hoops action before the month turns. When you do that, you can bet $5 and get $150 in bonus bets when your first $5 bet wins. It's $150 to bet on everything from conference clashes to tournament upsets and even who's cutting down the nets. So, FanDuel Sportsbook, FanDuel.com/white to get in on the college basketball action. 21 plus and physically present in New York. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. For help with a gambling problem, call 1-877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY.
Sabres are back in action tonight, 7 o'clock in Carolina, as they go for a third consecutive win and go for 7 wins in their last 8. That would be a win in a place, so they have not won in a long time tonight. Sabres and Hurricanes, 7 o'clock. We'll have pregame starting at 6 here on WGR. To football, Packers star corner Jair Alexander and Titans pass rusher Harold Landry are reportedly available for trade. Landry, 31 sacks in his last 3 years, although he's got very bad underlying numbers. Alexander, a 2-time All-Pro, but has not played more than 7 games in a couple of seasons. Michigan's Kenneth Grant says he met with the Bills, one of the top defensive tackles of the draft class. Penn State edge rusher Abdul Carter, who is one of the favorites to go first overall. Testing yesterday was found to have a foot injury, and that could require surgery for Carter. Mike Garafolo reports the NFL will use virtual measuring systems to measure first downs in 2025. That'll replace the chain gang. And a lot of reporting on Tom Brady and Matthew Stafford yesterday, a reported meeting between the two, run-in in Montana at a ski club, and then some back and forth on whether or not it was planned, whether Brady hosted Stafford, but one way or another, he talked with Stafford, and the Raiders are thought to be one of the couple of teams that are trying to trade for him. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of business.
I think there's a good crop there. I know like early mock drafts had Kenneth Grant as a common one. I think after he works out this week, we're not going to see that much anymore. He might be a top 15 pick. And I think there's a lot of depth on the defensive line, both interior and edge. I think there'll be good value late first. I also think because of the way the Eagles won, and everybody's going to say, oh, look at the Eagles. They always build through the trenches. But I think you're going to see more teams try to reshape their defensive front with maybe 2 picks in the first 2 rounds and say, we're going heavy defensive line, and I think there's enough value to go around for a lot of teams just in that top 64. So I think there'll be plenty in the late first for the Bills and with the 2-2s to add multiple defensive linemen.
That's Steve Palazzolo with Sal. Jeremy and Joe, good morning. Happy Wednesday. Thursday. I don't have my day of the week clock. I broadcast from home on Thursdays.
Thursday. Yeah.
I should know. I'm from home on Thursdays.
My new day of the week clock is just, is there a golf tournament on? And then I know what day of the week it is. Like right now, I've got Jordan Spieth choking already at the beginning of this tournament. Like, I know it's a Thursday because I got that happening. Three putt par on a par 5.
He waits till like Saturday for that. But
no,
okay,
he's opening fair with a 3-putt par on a par 5.
Steve Palazzolo there on the defensive line class and all that good stuff. A couple things you could obviously take away from that, Joe. One of them is the offensive talent in the draft will probably be good late. If everybody goes defense first, think about last year's draft. Was the first defensive player taken 16th?
Yes, it was something like that. Middle of the draft.
Latu, defensive end of the Colts. It was way late, and that's a guy that was projected to go maybe top 10. So, if you are someone that wants not just the Bills here, but any team that wants a receiver or offensive lineman, you might find really good value late first, early second, late second because of the big run on defensive tackles and defensive ends. So it could work that way.
Yeah, there were last year, it looks like 8 defensive players that went in the first round.
Yeah, that's it. And in this year, it'll be what, 20?
Yeah, 9 last year. Okay. Yeah, it'll double. It'll definitely double. And you're right, 15th was the first one that it got picked. This year, I mean, the way that it sounds, there are going to be, 3 receivers that go in the first round this year?
Probably.
There's going to be 2 quarterbacks. Does that sound fair? Should I say 3 quarterbacks?
I would bet a third goes.
All right. So 3 quarterbacks, 3 receivers, 2 running backs, I bet. I think the second guy whose name's escaping me behind Ginty is thought to be a first-round pick. I don't think there's a tight end, and then you have your offensive lineman. So that's but there's not going to be 15 offensive linemen that go in the first round. So what's going to make up for that? It's going to be all defensive players.
One position we have not talked about for the Bills, and maybe we should start, linebacker. Is linebacker in the cards in the first round?
No.
No?
No.
Why not?
Why do we have to talk about linebacker?
Because they are going to plan for Matt Milano's departure. They're going to plan for that.
Okay.
Because if they find the right guy, I saw yesterday Chris Paul Jr., he goes by Pooh Paul.
Pooh Paul?
Isn't he? He's a coverage linebacker.
Yeah.
I just think that they could very, very easily look at let's look at the defense big picture. You want to fix your defense, and you think it's about getting difference makers. You are probably not that far away from losing Matt Milano as a true difference maker. If you already don't think you've lost that based on his availability, he's missed so much time. I mean, when the Bills have Dorian Williams out there are things to like about Dorian Williams. Do you like him as a full-time starter?
I'm fine with him as a full-time starter, maybe. I don't necessarily love it. I'm fine with it.
But once you go down from Milano to Dorian Williams, you lose that blue chip game. I mean, Milano has kind of been a game wrecker. And I want to at least acknowledge that if the right player were to fall to them there, especially if there's a run on defensive line, let's say this is how the draft works every year, right? Let's say 16 defensive linemen have gone before the Bills pick, which is possible. And you're on linebacker 3. What are you going to do? I think linebacker is in the mix.
The thing about that, though, how do you feel about them drafting a position where it's not going to matter this year? It's going to be like Cole Bishop last year where, all right, he's going to sit behind another guy, he's going to develop, and what are we going to be saying in a year then? It's going to be, well, I don't know, how good is this guy? He would have got out on the field.
But isn't that what the Eagles do? Is they say, holy cow, the talent at this spot for this player is incredible, I'm going to take this player. The Eagles are not always looking for who can contribute right away, and the Bills may have been doing that to a fault, maybe. What do they need? Kyer Elam. Put him in. We need a corner. Okay, he has not contributed. Dalton Kincaid. We need a pass catcher. Okay, he did year 1. Keon Coleman right away. That's what we need. Is he the best player at that spot? Maybe, maybe not.
Yeah.
We all wanted a receiver. It seems most times when they have a very obvious need, they go right for that need. And it just happens to line up with best player available kind of stuff. I would just be I'm keeping linebacker on the radar.
I think the Eagles, by the way, they do it. They've mostly, I'm looking at their draft history. They've done it, but they've done it really with defensive line.
Right.
And I think there is something to be said for doing that mentality of, we're already full here, but this guy's unbelievable, let's pick him. I think that's a better idea when you're talking about positions that are rotational. Because if you're a defensive lineman, that if the Bills were to draft, or the Eagles were to draft another defensive lineman this offseason, right? They already have a bunch of guys. That guy will play. He might not play 80% of the snaps, but he'll get on the field. He'll get on the field 25, 30% of the time. If you draft a receiver and you already have 2 really good ones in front of him or 3 really good ones in front of him, all right, he might not start, but you're going to see him. He's going to be out there. You're going to get a look. And if you draft, I think if you draft a linebacker in the first round or the second round, I don't think I'm ever seeing him. Unless there's an injury.
I think you might see him right away. Let's also look at their history of drafting linebacker. The last 2-3 times they've done it, it's been Dorian Williams and Terrell Bernard. And in both spots, didn't we say, why? What'd you do that for?
But that's round 3, right?
I know that's round 3, but in both cases, we would have said, you don't really need that. And
we had the same reaction both times.
Yes, both times. It was, are you sure? Why'd you do that? And I just think that you're closer than ever to Milano not being a regular piece of your defense. And again, who are the big pieces going forward? Taron Johnson is also a guy that's, how much time is there left? This defensive transition we saw away from Micah Hyde, Jordan Poyer, Tre'Davious White, on and on. There's a second grouping that will eventually age out for the next core of this defense. And if this is a transition year defense where this is kind of year 2. Sure, they want to win, but they're building it from scratch. And if they're building it with different philosophies, that's the other thing. Like Sal's talked about this. Are they going to go more man coverage? Are they going to be more open to going 4-3 and having 3 linebackers at times based on how teams line up? So I just think it's in the mix for sure. And, defensive linemen and linebackers, I'm seeing they've met with a lot of them.
Yeah, that's right. Do you want to know Pro Football Focus where Dorian Williams graded last year? 90 linebackers in the league last year that qualified for this.
It's either going to be 2 or 87.
Not quite. There's actually a different punchline here, which is he actually ranked 62nd.
Right.
That's total grade, including the coverage and the tackling and the run defense. 62nd out of 90. That also was the best Bills linebacker by those metrics. By those grades. Metrics.
I know that PFF is not impressed with Terrell Bernard too much.
They had him graded as one of the worst coverage linebackers in football last year. So, but he's not going anywhere. So,
no,
we're not really.
In fact, I think he's getting extended.
Yes, I think he's getting extended, nor am I rushing to judgment on that. And PFF grades aren't perfect, so this might be one guy where you might want to dive into the weeds and figure out why is his number popping up as that. And is he making up for it with turnovers, which he is one of those guys that does do that more than others. He's a more boomer bust type player than Tremaine Edmonds was, right? Edmonds was not many mistakes, but no splash plays, just nothing. And Bernard, maybe you do get more mistakes, but if you're getting a pick, against the Chiefs, and if you're getting a fumble punched out against the Ravens, then that's gonna equate for the 3 mistakes that he makes more than an Edmonds would. I don't know though. But again, you've got 3 guys there that I feel pretty good about going into next year. To draft a 4th one at a premium position like that, when I'm trying to beat Kansas City. Everything in my mind right now is, how does this help me beat the Chiefs in 2025 and in 2026? And I'm not saying a linebacker can't help me do that. I just think it's a lot harder to get there than any defensive lineman, any wide receiver, even the safety idea. Linebackers after all that for me.
803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550 if you want to chime in on this. I mean, I'm not telling you they should. I'm just telling you
that they could. How many positions do you think they could?
In the first 2 rounds?
First 2 rounds. How many positions could they do it?
Okay, in the first 2 rounds, it could be, of course, edge, tackle, linebacker, corner, safety, receiver.
Okay, that's it?
That's the list, right? What else would there be?
Let's do the other way. They're not picking a quarterback. They're not picking a tight end.
They're not picking a running back.
It'd be incredible if they picked a tight end.
They're not picking an offensive lineman. I don't think they're picking an offensive lineman.
But how different is offensive lineman from linebacker on that front?
I'll give you one difference. The difference is the linebackers are not good and the linemen are. Right? The offensive line is one of the best, and the linebackers, and if you're talking about trying to just overhaul your defense and build something.
But is my logic a best player available, and this guy might not play right away, but maybe he's in my future? Because I'll pick the one, maybe the weakest point you might pick out on the offensive line. Is David Edwards just their left guard forever? Or if they picked a guard in the 2nd round, will we go, all right, this guy's going to play after David Edwards' contract's up in a year?
Yeah. Well, I mean, they also run 6 offensive linemen a lot.
and that's right.
Alec Anderson.
They have an extra guy. And running back, we would say they wouldn't do, right?
I would think they would
I'm a little more open to them doing running back in the 2nd round than... Actually, you know what?
You cannot be open to that. You take that back right now.
You
cannot be open to running back in the 2nd round.
Are they best player available? Or are they best player available? Because the class at running back, it sounds like it's going to be awesome. And Bean's talking about the skill set needed when you need a weapon out of the backfield and you need to be able to play all 3 downs and pass blocking. And to me, what he said lines up with what the class is. I still would think it's less likely than more likely, but
if they take a running back and talk about his pass catching ability, I'm just going to walk into the lake.
I'll make a bet with you right now. You want to put it up on the bet board?
Sure.
I'll take running back, you take linebacker. I think they're more likely to take a running back in the first 2 rounds.
What do they take? Let's go, what do they take earlier?
What do they take earlier?
Yeah.
I mean, when we get to the day 3, though. Okay, fine. Yes,
the 4th round matters. Milano's a 5th. Shakir's a 5th.
All right, fine. What do they take earlier? Running back or linebacker?
All right, put a Twitter poll.
I think running back.
Let's do a Twitter poll on it too. Which do they take first of those 2 positions, linebacker or running back? All right, good to get a bet on the bet board. We were due.
Weren't we gonna put something up there the other day and we ended up not doing because it was gonna take forever?
What was it?
It was gonna take 20 years, wasn't it?
Yes, it was some sort of legacy bet.
Someone being a GM.
Oh, it was that Jack Eichel was going to be the GM of the Bruins.
Yeah, we don't need to take up a spot on the bet board for that for 20 years. We really don't need to just look at that every day. All right, we'll put this one up. Running back or linebacker, what's going to be earlier? I think it could be running back.
What's going to win the poll?
I bet it's gonna be close. I bet it's gonna be close.
They have drafted each of these positions a good amount. I mean, lots of running backs and linebacker. A decent amount as well. They've drafted more running backs and linebackers than defensive tackles in this regime. That's for sure. They're coming out of this with. I mean, we started this segment. Steve Palazzolo. They're talking about multiple defensive tackles, and yeah, I think the Bills could come away with 2 for sure.
Yeah, the thing that might help you in this, I bet we know. We're going to know the answer on running back earlier than we're going to know the answer on linebacker for whether they would take one, how early they were going to take one, because linebacker, there's really nothing to figure out between now and the draft. It's just, are they going to take one, or are they kind of just going to roll with what they've got? Like, running back, if they sign Ty Johnson, then it's going to be, okay, that's pretty much off the table.
Right.
Versus if they don't sign Ty Johnson for whatever reason, maybe he was on tape. Like, there are going to be teams around the league that saw what he did. Maybe heard Josh Allen call him the best third down back in the league. If somebody signs Ty Johnson away, then I'm thinking they are definitely taking a running back at some point in this draft.
Yeah, free agency, of course, will factor this in a lot. I'm going back. I'm thinking about just this linebacker conversation. I'm thinking about how McDermott sounded about Milano at the end of the year. And Milano will, in theory, be healthy. But he was talking about Milano like he'll get every opportunity again. And that's...
I think him heating up as the season got later, right into the playoffs, I think helps that, right?
Yeah.
If he had looked like Vaughn did 2 years ago where there was just nothing happening at all, then maybe this is a lot different. But he was great against the Jets, wasn't he? And he was he was be pretty good in the playoffs.
He turns 30 next month.
Milano
does. He turns 30.
Yep.
Your starting stud linebacker is 30. To me, is a reason you could be hunting there.
Well, part of that also, like, just specifically on this bet we just made. Another implication is, who are they more likely to pay? And I think Terrell Bernard is more likely to be paid than James Cook is, personally.
That's also a tough one.
Like, if they have, I don't know what they think of James Cook. I'm pretty sure they're just going to sign Terrell Bernard, right? And then that takes away a spot at linebacker. If we're going to pay Terrell Bernard, of course we are. In running back, they're talking like they love James Cook and they're just going to give him a contract. They're going to work something out. But, that's talk. Like, I don't know. I still feel like I don't truly know what their motivation is there. How motivated are they? Is it like with Gabe Davis or with other guys where, yeah, we'd like to have him back, but we are not paying market rate, or we are not breaking the bank for this guy? Like, how comfortable are they saying, yeah, we're probably not going to work something out with James, and we're just going to draft another one? And maybe we have one in the bag ready to go by the time, we can't get something figured out with him. Again, he's not a 3-down back. So that matters to this too.
803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550 to join us.
Any interest at all in the Bills report card in the NFLPA yesterday?
Yes.
They did very poorly with travel, and they did, I think, didn't they do... Weren't you surprised to see 23rd out of 32 for the whole thing?
Well, the travel grade brought them down a lot.
Because it was an F-.
And the clarification on that is, among other things, that they had to fly out of Niagara Falls a lot because of the construction to the Buffalo runway.
Well, it was that, and the detailed Bills page on the report card the NFLPA put out was that Bills players were frustrated that they were made to sit in the smaller seats during travel while the coaches and auxiliary staff sat in first class.
Okay. So that's one part of it. Can I tell you the thing that jumped out at me? Jumped out. I looked for this. I shouldn't say it jumped out.
Insufficient space or discomfort while traveling to away games. Anyways, go ahead.
I looked for this. All right? Here are the coaches. Where did the head coach rank?
Yeah.
Here are the teams where the head coach ranked below the Bills.
Yep.
Sean McDermott. These are the teams that ranked below. Chicago.
Matt Nagy.
Oh, Matt Eberflus.
Thank you. Matt Eberflus. They're the same
Fired.
person to me.
Fired.
Yeah. Yep.
Cleveland. Kevin Stefanski. Still there.
Yep.
Jacksonville.
Fired. Doug Peterson,
Fired.
right?
Fired.
Yep.
New Orleans.
Dennis Allen.
Fired.
Fired.
That's it. That's the list.
Yeah.
There are a lot of teams that are tied with a B, but let's get to some of the teams that tied with a B. You get the Jets.
Mm-hmm.
That's a fired. Another one, right? Another fired. Other Bs. Denver, Sean Payton.
Okay.
Baltimore, John Harbaugh. A lot of A's out there, and of the again, 4 or 5 teams that finished below the Bills, and they were all fired except for Kevin Stefanski.
Yeah.
So that's. I'm not here trying to tell you to fire McDermott. I wanted to see, all right, where does he rank? And the answer is not high.
I guess the interesting thing is that a lot of teams rate their coach pretty highly, right?
Yes.
An under head coach for McDermott, it says 88% of Bills players believe their head coach, Sean McDermott, is efficient with their time. So 88%, but that ranks 24th out of 32.
Yeah, that's a B.
So that means everybody in the league thinks their coach is pretty efficient with their time. Players feel McDermott is moderately receptive to locker room feedback on the team's needs. That ranks him 27th out of 32. Yep. So, again, though, like a B, sure, it actually went. What's weird is you look at it year over year, and it actually went down from last year when the whole narrative of McDermott's season, and I still believe this, is that he kind of became more player friendly. He loosened up a little bit, right? It was a little less stressful, maybe in the locker room. So it was weird for me to see that because it didn't add up with everything that we had heard from everybody during the whole season on McDermott specifically.
Yeah. 803-0550 Combine Week. Sabres and Canes tonight, looking for their first win in Carolina since 2016.
Oh, who scored goals that day for the Sabres?
I have the answers. I know.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I got the goalie right.
You did.
Is there going to be like a Benoit Pouliot goal somewhere in there?
If you missed it earlier, I asked Joe, last Sabre to goalie to win in Carolina, and he got it right.
Do you know why he's my go-to for any question like this?
Chad Johnson.
Chad Johnson. Yeah, Sabres drought goalie, my go-to is always Chad Johnson because he, I think, surprised stunningly to everybody. Stunningly, whatever. They've had a 14-year playoff drought. I think in the playoff drought, he's got the best save percentage for the team.
Yeah.
Like, he had a year with a .920. And they didn't make the playoffs.
So in March of 2016, I think this is March. We got the game here. Yeah, late in the season. The Sabres win in Carolina 3-2.
Okay.
Your goal scorers, Carlo Koliakovo.
Yes.
Evander Kane and Johan Larsson.
Koliakovo. I think that might be better than Chad Johnson.
Carlo Koliakovo.
To put in perspective, they have not won in Carolina since Carlo Koliakovo was on the team.
Great guy. Does media in Toronto,
yeah.
Carlo. He's the best. Anyway. All right, we'll get a break in. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. Look at a good, look at that good, honest, eat your vegetables segment about linebackers and defensive line. Not about receivers, Joe. Huh?
We didn't even mention it.
We didn't mention receiver.
We probably
I got into linebackers for you out there.
Linebacker. I was not expecting that at all. I don't know that I was expecting linebacker to be brought up the entire spring.
I know. You know what did it? It was that guy, Pooh Paul. They interviewed a guy named Pooh.
Pooh Paul.
All right, let me look into this guy. And the highlights are coverage linebacker, really sticky in coverage. And,
you want him so that if you draft him and he makes a play, the whole crowd just goes, Pooh.
Not bad. Not bad.
That's pretty good.
Seriously, his name being Pooh will move him up at least one round.
Sure.
That's how that works.
Yes.
Break time. 803-0550 if you want to chime in on WGR.
Sabres in action tonight, looking for another win. They've won 2 in a row. Tonight is Carolina, in Carolina. 7 o'clock puck drop. We'll have pregame starting at 6 here on WGR. The Combine today has our first workouts for defensive linemen, linebackers, and also kickers. But big day for the defensive linemen. You had Kenneth Grant, the giant big defensive lineman from Michigan, saying yesterday that he has met with the Bills. Bills are allowed 60 pre-draft interviews at the Combine. The news from the league yesterday is that Penn State edge rusher Abdul Carter, who might go first overall, was found to have a foot injury during testing yesterday that could require surgery. If it does, it would keep him out for 8 weeks, which would mean he'd have to skip his pro day. Mike Garafolo reports the NFL will use virtual measuring to get first down measurements in 2025 using Hawkeye technology that will replace the chain gang. Packers star corner Jair Alexander is reportedly available for trade. Alexander's a 2-time All-Pro, but he has not played more than 7 games in 3 years. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of business.
We want Khalil to play for us. Him and I have had some conversations. We've talked to his representation and pounding away at that, and just, hopefully we can get something done. But in terms of Khalil, love him. And I've had an opportunity to be around a lot of great players over my years. I tell the story all the time. Like, he is what you want to show young scouts what a pro is, what a great pro is all about. And he's just such a wonderful human being, such a wonderful teammate, great family. Just absolutely love him, and would love to have him back.
Joe Hortz, the general manager of the Los Angeles Chargers, on Khalil Mack. That might just be the most likely outcome for the Bills on defensive line this offseason. It's just, they're just going to get Khalil Mack. All the Garrett trade talk and Max Crosby and whoever. Mack is the best available defensive end right now. Garrett's not really available. Not yet. I mean, there will most likely, there's going to come a day where we see one of the tweeters, one of the NFL insider guys go, all right, the Browns are taking calls. Here we go. Start the sweepstakes. But at the moment, that's not true. Crosby, that's not true of right now. Harold Landry, it is true of from the Titans, who's got 30 sacks in his last 3 years, but all the numbers, the win rates and the pressures and the hurries and the quarterback hits, all of it indicates that that guy is just getting cleanup sacks. Like, he is not the reason that the Titans have generated pressure. Like, he's getting there late. Someone's pushed him, the quarterback up to him, and then he's cleaning it up. So I don't love that idea. And then there is Mack, who is a free agent, went to school here, so he's got a connection to the area. He thinking he was going to be drafted by the Bills way back when, and he loved that idea, so there's that. He's at an age where it's not really like a long-term relationship, 34 years old. It just would be cool for him to play here, and it all kind of fits, right? Like, that's not why you do it. You do it because he is a good pass rusher still, who has been a Pro Bowler 3 years in a row. And, like, his 6 sacks last year compared to Landry's 9, I'll give me the 6-sack guy, when every other indication is he's constantly generating pressure when he's not sacking the quarterback. The sack numbers, like, sacks are overrated. They're a very, very elementary way of figuring out who you want as defensive end. They're not nothing. You like to see those numbers be big. But think about 6 versus 9. How many plays do these guys play in a given year? Hundreds. Hundreds and hundreds. You're only going to get a sack on 9 of those plays if you're great. 15 to 20 if you're elite. It's not really that many plays. What are you doing on the other 400 plays? Are you getting the quarterback off his spot? Are you chasing him out of the pocket? Are you forcing him into an intentional grounding? Right? Those don't count on your resume. And all of that stuff points to Mac is still a very good player. You shouldn't just stare at 6 sacks last year. You should look at a lot of that other stuff and think that he's still got some juice left. The other name I wanted to talk about on the defensive side of the football for a trade idea, Jair Alexander of the Green Bay Packers is available for trade. And that was reported yesterday by Ian Rappaport. And Alexander, 2-time All-Pro. He was second-team All-Pro both times. You might remember him. He's a big talker. Huge talker. Trash talk and, almost to the Richard Sherman level. Alexander, a couple years ago, remember the Green Bay Sunday night game where he's running, the Packers and the Bills are running out of the tunnel for warm-ups. And Diggs is just screaming at Jair Alexander. Like, the whole game, Diggs wanted to fistfight Jair Alexander. And he won that day, didn't he? I'm pretty sure he had a big day, if I remember right. Because I remember Alexander then saying something in post-game about, how, I did my job. Like, Diggs only had 60 yards, but Diggs and the rest of the Bills were taking the victory lap because they won the football game. So this guy, he's a big trash talker. He's been a great player in the past, but he's got injury problems. He has played 14 of the possible 34 games in the last 2 seasons. He's missed 20 games due to injury. That's not even counting playoffs. And it's a big contract. This is one of those where I'd want to ask like a Mike Giannitti or somebody, like, what's the team acquiring him on the hook for? Because you pull up Jair Alexander, cornerback, by the way, if that needed to be said. Top-level corner. One of the best corners in football over 5-6 years. 28 years old. He's going to his age 28-year-old season. He has a $25 million cap hit for the Packers this year. So it would make sense that they're going to want to trade him because a cut takes on a lot of money and you get nothing for it. Where a trade, maybe you get the other team to take some of the money back. Signing bonus, I know, gets cut off that. So I think the Bills would be on the hook for like $16 million this year for him. And that sounds like a lot, but again, it's a big risk. He's such a good player when he's healthy. He's such a good player. You'd almost have to agree to a rework contract, right? That 16 number is probably too big. Could you get him to come here to get him to 10? Take a pay cut to come to the Bills? Because on the surface, I can get a corner at $28 million who's a buy low right now. His value is not high because the Packers know the injury history the last 2 years and they're on the hook for more money than the acquiring team would be. That would be an upgrade over Rasul Douglas. Again, there's ifs here, though. I asked Sal earlier, about the draft picks. How much do the Bills want to ever take a risk on a player who is supremely talented, but you got availability questions? And the answer from Sal and the answer from the Bills' resume as an organization for 7-8 years now is they don't really go near those guys. They don't really go near guys that have a big injury risk. Will they never, though? Will there ever be a situation where they're willing to bite the bullet and kind of take the shot and be willing to get burned? Tyler Dunn was on last week, and Tyler talked about how he could see the Bills changing up how they do some things. Maybe taking some more risks in areas that they didn't typically take risks in. And this would be one of them. So, just an idea. He's a top-level corner at a position of need for the Bills. And You'd have to pay him. You probably wouldn't have to give up almost anything to get him, like a 5th-round pick, maybe, because of the contract. It's usually how those trades work. 803-0550 is the phone number. Let's go to Ben in Chicago. Ben in Chicago on the not on the Western Hotline. What's up, Ben?
Yeah, how's it going, guys? Thanks for having me on.
Morning.
So, I was reading an article, talking about players surveying how they're, various aspects of how they're treated with their team. And, of all the categories, Bills players had an F- for the travel arrangements.
Yes.
Mostly just complaining about how they get stuck in coach, they can't fit in the seats. It's like, man, of all the things, it's such an easy way for Bagula to get some good PR. Get these guys a big, Boeing 747, big seats for all the guys. I mean, pimp out the thing. It'll be awesome. I think just great opportunity. See what you guys think.
Yeah, thanks, Ben. I don't know about buying a plane specifically. The Patriots actually have their own plane, and that also I think got an F. They were talking about like the ashtrays. The ashtrays on the plane because it's so old. I think these things do serve a purpose. These NFLPA report cards. It's the players that are telling you what they think. But why are they doing it? Because they want their team to improve at it. That's also why they release it to the public. That's why the NFLPA puts it out there. Because they know teams don't want people to think that they're bad at all this. They don't want the embarrassment. They don't want the Bengals. They don't want everybody looking at yesterday how their food is worse than prison food. Like that, wasn't that in the review? They got an F- for like food and like how terrible it is.
The freshness was a thing too.
The freshness of the food.
It was like
right.
a 3.5 or something, like
out of 10, right?
Yeah.
Like they don't want that out there. It's geared to the point of the report card is to tell the Bengals, hey, come on, clean up your act here. Give us some food. What's the point of the Bills players and the PA putting out this about their travel? It's, hey, come on. Let us sit in the big seats. We got guys that are 6'7". How big's Spencer Brown? We got guys that are 6'9", 320 pounds. Give them the extra leg room. Come on. That's all it is. And also, team travel is the only thing the Bills really did really poor at.
Spencer Brown is 6'8", 311.
6'8", 311. Come on, Spencer Brown in first class. Not even because, it's the player privilege and everything. It's not even about that. It's just size, leg room. That's it. And again, the Bills' team travel was the only thing they did worse than a B in. Everything else was at least a B. One other thing. Training staff. And here you go. It's already in action. Training staff got a C. 27th out of 32 teams. Players feel that their training staff slightly contributes to their overall success. 25% of Bills players report they did not receive enough one-on-one training treatment. So what the Bills do? They're going to have a new strength and conditioning coach. They've already made that change. 803-0550 is the phone number. More time for your phone calls. I got a Sabres trade thing I want to get to before the end of the show, too. Patterson drama in Vancouver continues. This is WGR. Be caller 5 right now at 716-221-4WGR to win a 4-pack of tickets to the Western New York Sport and Travel Expo. It's coming to the Fairgrounds in Hamburg from Friday, March 7th through Sunday, March 9th. You can visit WNYSportsShow.com for details and tickets. Listen to the show all this week for your chance to win a 4-pack to the 2025 Western New York Sport and Travel Expo, courtesy of Erie Promotions. Golf is on in here. Happy to have that back. PGA Tour. And you've got a good field this week. So if you're trying to, get your golf fix in, you got some big names. Spieth, Fowler's up in here, Cam Young, not Rory or Scheffler, but the next tier for sure. Timeout here, 803-0550 is the phone number. We'll get back to the Bills. There's also a Sabres trade conversation with Elias Pettersson that I think is worth having again. He might be back on the market. He's getting criticized a lot. Those are your things that are coming up here on Jeremy and Joe. This is WGR.
State of the Bills, their offense, and Josh Allen. Good morning, Jeremy and Joe. On a rainy Thursday, I'm prepared to tell you that the weather right now in this exact 10 minutes is the worst it'll be all year. It is 38, and the raindrops that are falling are the size of buckets.
I thought we were praying for this, for the rain to come. We needed it, right? This is going to melt all that snow.
We got to pray for something else. This is terrible. This is as bad as it gets.
You got to go through this, though, to get to, well, I guess actually what's on the other side. Is it going to be just more cold? I don't even know.
Yes. The high today is 39. Sunday, we're back down to 10 degrees as the low. Whoa, wait a minute. Joe.
Yeah?
Wednesday next week.
Mm-hmm.
The number I see says 56.
Wow. What's the little emoji, though, above it? Or icon?
65% rain.
So what you're saying is there's a 35% chance that I am golfing next Wednesday?
I don't think the days in front of this 56 are going to be too conducive to you golfing. Oh, maybe. Anyway, 56. I'll see you on a patio. Like we gotta go somewhere.
Patio first.
Spontaneous party. Everybody hits a button. Every business closes. We all go outside because it's 56.
Yeah.
We'll see if that happens. Anyway, good morning, Jeremy and Joe. It's rainy. It's terrible. Thursdays, I'm from home, and I pop out for a little bit to take the kids to school, try and share the load. And I went outside, and it is bad. One of those ones where you're yelling, get out of the car, get out of the car. I didn't bring an umbrella. I'm constantly unprepared. That's how this goes.
Yeah.
So anyway, the other thing that happened, big happenings around the house today. Thursdays I'm from home. And the COVID times, we introduced the chaos of being home to the show often, and people would talk about hearing the kids, blah, blah, blah. Today, the dog, the black lab, Goose, was going insane, which is not all that unusual. Barking up a storm, barking. He wouldn't stop to the point where I sent a message to my wife. I said, what's happening up there? And she said, there's a black cat sitting on the porch, and he can't handle it. To which I said, you know what? That's not really on him. That's not. You can't get mad at a dog for barking at a cat. That's one of the few things. Hey,
you can't. Yeah, that's got to be. You got to allow that, right?
Yep. An outside cat just sitting on the porch trolling him, and he's just barking at it. Like, not his fault. Not mad about it.
So. My dog. I maybe I've mentioned this. When we redid our upstairs about a year ago, we did such a good job with the insulation. I guess that it's harder to hear. It's so hard to hear like what's happening downstairs or like at the door or whatever. So now our dog Finn, middle of the night, doesn't matter what time, he hears the wind, any little sound, and he is like. He's on alert, he's growling, he's barking, and, it's 2 o'clock in the morning, your dog is standing on the end of the bed, and he's alert, and he's growling at the door that you can't see. What's your mind go to? Is someone in the house?
Yeah, or is it haunted?
Or is it haunted?
Can the dog see spirits?
So I've been living in for like a month or longer now, once a week, once every other week, our dog just freaking us out. For no reason whatsoever. Maybe he's just messing with us at this point.
Good times with dogs. Not a great time to be a dog out there. I mean, well, actually, they might like the mud and all the slop that's out there right now. Anyway, good morning. You can join us at 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550.
Did you see some on Bill's Twitter found the old Shakir takes from the at Sneaky Joe Sports account on Twitter? It took him 2 days. It took him 2 days to find them. We found one of them. I almost wanted to make a top 5 most incredible Shakir takes from 2-3 years ago, but I don't know if I can find 5 of them.
From you
from
or from
me at least, but there are from other people too.
Yeah. Well,
the one they found yesterday was someone asking me about Shakir on May 30th of 2023, and my response was I'd have Shorter making the team over Shakir.
Yeah,
which of course now sounds like the dumbest thing that's ever been said in the world.
Yeah. Okay, you want to go in on Shakir on something here?
Sure.
I found a stat of the day. I actually sent you this stat, so it's going to sound familiar to you.
Yeah.
Stat of the day brought to you by Empire Electric, your residential neighborhood electrician. Visit EmpireElectricians.com. So, Khalil Shakir is good. There's no doubt about that.
Yep.
And valuable to this offense. And we kind of got this brief little conversation about him courtesy of the chat, the YouTube chat, the bullpen. Someone brought up the question, would they have signed Shakir if Concade had blossomed the way he was supposed to? And I started really thinking about that and digging into Shakir and Concade and Knox all occupying the same part of the field. And I found a stat that I did send to you, which is Shakir is known as the Yak King because he gets a lot of yards after catch. He is very good after the catch. He's good after the catch no matter where he catches the ball. Like, we've seen him do it down the field.
Sure.
We've seen it do it on screens. But what I want to just contextualize, like, this is the part about where if you think he's Amon-Ra St. Brown, if you think he is
Cooper Kupp or something.
Cooper Kupp, sure. I did a side-by-side of Amon-Ra St. Brown and Khalil Shakir. And if you do a side-by-side of Shakir and almost any receiver, what you're going to find is the depth of target and the yards before catch. We kind of dipped into this yesterday. So here's your stat of the day. Yards before catch is how far did the ball travel in the air before you caught it, right?
Mm-hmm.
On the year, last year, Khalil Shakir's yards before catch, so air yards on completions, for the year was 224. The ball traveled 224 yards in the air on the way to Khalil Shakir. Dawson Knox's number was 217.
That's wild.
That's right? Isn't that nuts?
It's insane.
They threw the ball down the field to Knox more than they did Shakir, and Knox got significantly fewer targets. But comparing him to a guy like Amon-Ra St. Brown, his air yards was 800 or 700. And again, it's not to say Shakir is not good, but he's being paid as the 20th best receiver. I know that doesn't really matter much either. He is definitely good. Yeah. But what they have done is they have unlocked him, Joe. Like, when you wrote that in 2023, they were not using him like this. This is not the...
No.
They found a perfect role for him, a better role for him. I mean, it's a credit to Shakir. It's a credit to Josh Allen and Joe Brady and the design of their offense. But 2 years ago, go ahead and chart Khalil Shakir's career ascension by catches. It goes, 20, 40, 100, kind of, in that neighborhood?
Yeah, I mean, so, Chris, right, like, looking back.
It goes 10, 39, 76, and, $15 million a year contract. Like, that is a quick ascension. There was, May of 2023 was before his 2023 season. He had 10 catches in the NFL at that point.
That's what, like, at that point in time, this is where, like, I don't have any regrets on how I analyzed Shakir. It was a fifth-round rookie receiver who played a third of the snaps, had 10 catches. I guess the May tweet is before training camp, but if you remember right, you can go to Sal's Twitter and find this. You can go back on any of the Bills Beat guys' stories from that time. He was having a bad training camp by everybody's account in 2023. So, what did you have going into that season? You had a fifth-round pick who had 10 catches, playing a third of the snaps, and then had a bad training camp. Okay. Like, that's where you were with him at some point. And the point about how they used him, I didn't really think about, but his ADOT, his average depth of target, and how it has transitioned from his rookie year, where, again, he was on the field, he just didn't get the ball a lot, to this year. That first year, his average depth of target was 9.8. This year, it was 5.5.
Yeah.
I mean, it was almost half this year of what it was that rookie year. Even last year, 2023, it was 8.9. He went 9.8, 8.9, 5.5.
Yeah,
I mean, they really found... They found the right way to use him. He grew, I'm sure. He matured in a bunch of different ways. He had some drops, I remember, in the first year and a half that he played. That does not happen with him at all anymore. So... I don't think he's comparable to like an Amon-Ra St. Brown. I don't think he's comparable to like a Cooper Kupp. Those guys are more versatile. I guess I sometimes have a tough time finding a good comparable for him that is like, it's going to make you think that there's more there for Shakir. But I'm good if there's not more there, right? He's turned into a very good player, and they found the thing that he does really well at.
And credit to them.
Yeah.
But to me, that is if you're out here thinking he's one of the best in the league, he is at that job, and that's a very different job than some other receivers have.
Yeah. Do you want, actually, I remember finding this as a decent comparable during the season. The guy actually that is used most similarly to Shakir that is a better player, Like a guy that kind of is in his role, that runs the similar types of routes, used the same way, but is definitively a better player, like maybe something to strive for. Chris Godwin. Look at all the Godwin numbers.
Yeah.
His average depth of target, his yak. This year, this was Shakir, right? Godwin this season, 5.7 average depth of target, 350 yards after the catch, 226 yards before the catch. Right? That's kind of the year Shakir had. Last year, he was used on the outside. Those numbers look different, but you go back 2 years ago, the years Godwin's been used in the slot have been his better years, and those numbers all look like Shakir in terms of how he was used.
Yep.
That to me is absolute ceiling, shoot for that, probably not super likely, but if you look at Godwin's career arc, he had 800 yards in his second year, and then bam, there was a 1,300-yard jump. That's the thing you would be hoping is in there in Shakir that I'm not necessarily super confident is there, but that's like the one guy you could look at and say, okay, maybe there is more in there.
Is this what we've seen from Shakir, what we are hoping happens for Dalton Kincaid?
Yeah.
We found out how to use you. Sorry, we didn't really exactly have it right. Now we know exactly how to use you. Now we know all your strengths, and you're going to flourish because that is what happened for him. I mean, Shakir,
sure.
Shakir's on the team that loses to the Bengals in the playoffs, and they bring Cole Beasley off the street instead of playing Shakir.
Right,
he's
in the middle of that year.
And if they didn't trust him or whatever it is, so it's been quite a glow up. I mean, and whatever he's a fun player. His contact balance, like I am high on him as a player, but it's for the job he's got. They've really found a really good role for him. And to that point,
he had two for 40. That playoff 5 for 91. Miami in his rookie year. Miami, he had 3 for 51, and then Cincinnati, he had 2 for 40. Like those are explosive plays, right? He's averaging 18 yards a reception.
Yeah,
like that's a different type of role that he was playing then, and that's why Beasley comes in. So they found it with Beasley or with Shakir with screen game and short stuff, and they even use him out of the backfield sometimes, right, in that orbit stuff that they do. I guess this is part of the puzzle, but can you envision what it looks like them figuring out Kincaid? Like what does that mean? They figure him out. They just tried using him down the field a lot this year. His rookie year, I guess it was more short stuff, right? And that went better. So is that the answer? Just maybe stop trying to think he's a guy that's going to beat linebackers up the seams. Just throw it to him short.
I don't know. I feel like I drafted him to be up the seam,
but that
I can't be throwing him the ball. I can't all be dump offs to the flat.
When do you deviate from that though is a good question because they drafted James Cook to be a pass catching running back, and eventually they realized, okay, we're using him as a runner because he can't pass block and he drops the ball all the time. So guess what? He's not our third down back. We might have drafted him to be that, but we got to use him differently now. And Kincaid, you might have drafted him thinking mismatch, big plays down the field, but if it becomes more evident, if they try it again this year especially, and it's still not working, those types of plays with him, I mean, eventually you just say what? All right, well, he's really good at being a Zach Ertz type tight end where he's just running, 7-yard button hooks, then I guess that we're going to just do that.
803-0550 to join us. We're going to call in here. Rob in Connecticut. Hey, Rob, good morning.
Jeremy and Joe, it's been a while. I figured I'd chime in. I listen to you guys every day. As far as the Kincaid thing, hey, give him a third year. 3's a charm. Maybe he'll produce better in the upcoming season. But, Joe, I have a very important question for you. Do you plan on going on vacation soon? Because it always seems like something big happens when you go on vacation. So maybe if you go on vacation, we'll get Myles Garrett.
Yeah. The moment I leave, you think Garrett's going to be a Bill?
Is the last big thing on vacation for you? What was the last big thing when you missed?
Well, I do remember last year when I was away, they cut everybody.
Okay.
Like everybody. Remember it was like all within a day or two? Like Poyer, no, it was just 2 years ago. Morse. Whatever the day they got rid of Morse and Tre'Davious White.
That's last year.
There is definitely another example, but it's not coming to mind right now.
Okay.
I don't know.
Yeah, go on vacation if you need it.
Go on vacation.
All right. Thanks, Rob. We got to get Myles Garrett. That's one thing about like this offseason. We are still very much in the, you're shaking a box and you can't see inside it yet, so you don't know what their plan is. Not to say that everything always goes to plan, but
or what will become available to them.
Right, like Shakir's the first move. If they re-sign Bernard, okay. Now if they extend Cook, okay. Now we've got a little bit of a clearer picture. You and I today placed a bet what they're more likely to draft, a linebacker or a running back.
Yeah.
And contracts for those two guys might change that. Mac Hollins coming back, that adds to the picture. Yesterday, Chris Trapasso mocked the Bills' Matthew Golden in the first round, wide receiver out of Texas, which would make sense to me.
Is he the one with the injury background?
I think it's Isaiah Bond.
That's Isaiah Bond. Okay.
Had more injuries. It might be Golden. I think they actually both have injury issues.
Okay.
But Matthew Golden's the guy that they mocked in the first round of him. Daniel Jeremiah was on with One Bills Live and raved about him. Matthew Golden is a speed guy. And, whatever. We've done the receiver train for 100 years now. I had a thought and kind of pieced it together. If you will, go back in time to the Baltimore game and the Houston game and the way you felt about the weapons that Allen had at that time. Okay, everybody? Mm-hmm. Go back in time. This is pre-Cooper trade.
Yep.
The Bills are currently the same team. Cooper's not on the team. Coleman is let's see what he can turn into.
Yeah.
Shakir's here and he's good. Concade is here and he's on the team and Cook has shown some explosiveness and maybe Cook's the difference. But right now, they are that team, except they don't even have Mac Hollins. So
right.
They have Samuel, and you don't know what to think about Samuel. It's a lot of what ifs, and I just remember losing that Baltimore and then Houston. Right at that moment, it was a freak out. Like, holy cow, you've got to fix this immediately. So I have full faith they're going to do something. I don't know if it'll be Cooper or what it'll be, but that kind of it jarred me to think about what it was like after the Houston game, and that is where they are at a position group right now. Is this the same group?
Isn't it interesting that the whole season it felt like everybody eats went as well as it possibly could have, and the season ends, and you even got this from Bean and McDermott, I think, for different individuals. The season ends with everybody eats being a success, right? And then the season ends, and all right, let's start getting into how it went for Dalton Kincaid. And it's, he's got to be stronger. We're going to need more out of him. That's the message from the coach and the general manager. And then, okay, Keon Coleman, how'd it go? Didn't respond from the injury the way we wanted. We're going to need more out of him. All right. How'd it go for Curtis Samuel? Injury stuff all year long, right? Like, we're going to want more out of him. Like, is there another example of that? Cooper, Bean talking about Cooper. Like, he did impact our offense, so yeah, he didn't put up the stats that you might have hoped. But, guys, remember, he came in halfway through the year, and then he picked up the wrist injury. So here's why Cooper didn't work out the way we thought it did. 4 guys that they all had a pretty good investment into. I've got the organization sounding like, and I'm not criticizing them for it, I think they're absolutely correct. The organization kind of sounds like as the season ends, yeah, this guy. Yeah, it didn't really go the way we wanted it to. No? Is that not fair? Like, that they would... It's almost kind of like they're saying, sure, it worked, but we kind of thought it could have been better. Because any of these 4 guys doing what we thought they could do would be better, right? Like, maybe they didn't... This is where I kind of get to Mac Hollins and, like, how much would they want him back? How much do they want his role to be more so than if they want him back? Would the Bills in an honest moment tell you they were really happy with Mac Hollins being on the field as much as he was and getting 50 targets on the season? Because all this talk of plans and whatnot, like step after step after step, they signed Mac Hollins first, right? He was the first guy they signed before all of them. They signed Samuel after that. They drafted Coleman after that. They traded for Cooper right after he led the team in targets in that Houston game. I like Mac Hollins a lot, but the Bills repeatedly told you with their actions and with their words that he's a nice guy to have, but they want somebody else on the offense playing in his spot than him.
We'll see what the number is for him signing, and if he does come back, which I would anticipate that he does.
Not for $6 million or whatever over the cap.
No, not a spot track takes its value, no. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. Oregon defensive tackle Jamari Caldwell met with the Bills.
Did you see the
Kenneth Grant?
There was it from Mary Kay Cabot this morning, talking about how Browns GM Andrew Berry is willing to pay Myles Garrett $40 million a year.
Okay. Whatever. The Browns don't have to trade Garrett. Doesn't Berry come across a little bit as overdoing it?
Sure.
He was asked
about,
about
go back even to the Cleveland to Canton thing.
Cleveland to Canton, just the idea. He was asked about imagining a situation, a scenario for Garrett. He was like, I don't want to do that. It's not realistic because I don't want to trade him. Like, okay, he could just be telling the truth, but it's laying it on pretty thick. Then I guess he might have to. Former Georgia safety Malachi Starks met with the Bills last night.
Okay,
safety is definitely in the mix, in my opinion, as they remake this defense. Although Malachi Starks, I don't know that he'll last that long. There was a time he was looked to be a very, very high pick. So anyway, mock draft season.
You know what Andrew Berry really needs. I had this idea that if Andrew Berry really is desperate to keep Myles Garrett. Isn't Garrett telling you it's not all about the money? Like, you probably have to give him that anyway.
Yeah, he's said
but
that.
You got to sell to him that you're going to win this year, I think. And I don't know that he'd play for you, but if I mentioned this on the air, the idea of offering the Rams the reverse of the Goff trade, offering them, hey, we're going to give you a ton of capital here for two things. One, we want Stafford, and two, we want you to take our anchor of a quarterback contract. Mm-hmm. That's the only way out of getting out of Watson. You're going to take the Watson contract off our books, and we're going to take Stafford off your hands, and we're going to make it worth your while. What's worth your while? I mean, for Detroit, it was 2 first-round picks, right? For the Rams, is it the 3rd overall pick? How much value does taking on a $70 million quarterback, off a team's books take? Like, it might be a ton. And that would give the Browns a quarterback that could sell the Myles Garrett. Like, all right, we're doing it. We're gonna go win. Let's go do it. We got a roster to win. We got a good line. We got a good receiver, good tight end, good defense. Like, let's go win right now.
803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. Jeremy and Joe on a Thursday, rainy Thursday. Sabres and Canes tonight. Operation 10 straight continues. Let's try and get back in this playoff race. They haven't won in Carolina since 2016.
How many times have they won there at all since the day that doesn't need to be spoken?
Game 5 or Game 7? Which one doesn't need to be spoken? They lost Game 5.
Both.
Game 5, they had a lead. Game 5, they had a 2-goal lead.
Game 7, they had a lead going into the 3rd, didn't they?
Yeah, but they
Hash scored from behind the net.
He did.
Well, whatever. They still had it. They still had the lead.
That's true.
Don't tell me he was lucky. That's the goal Hesh was known for. Maybe they were lucky. Were they getting dominated in that game? I don't know. I've never gone back and watched.
I mean, Carolina's first goal in Game 7 was very lucky. It bounced off of the skate of
Doug Janik?
Maybe.
Well, he scored. Doug Janik scored.
Okay, maybe it was off Fitzpatrick.
Jeff Gilson.
Maybe it was off of Mayer. If you go, we've done this before, Joe. If you go watch goal number 1 of the Game 7 final, you'll get mad.
Yeah, I'll never do it.
It's the dumbest goal you'll ever see. It's just 1-0 Canes in Game 7. It's obnoxious. I'm going to go do it right now.
The only clip I've ever seen back from that game is the Hesh behind the net goal, and that's only because it was featured in the Sabres Better Days DVD from 2007. Yeah. I've never gone back and watched the highlights of that game. I don't think I ever will.
All right, we're going to break in 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 on WGR. Jeremy White here for Wayland Brewing, one of my favorite spots. We were there this past weekend, 3740 North Buffalo Street in Orchard Park. In fact, we have an errand to run out there later today out that direction. My wife said, should we stop at Wayland? It's a great place, 18,000 square feet, full brewery, tap room, kitchen serving up delicious dishes. The pizzas are great. Kids eat free on Mondays. So many different ways to enjoy Wayland, whether it's just you and a friend, you alone, you and the family, whatever. They've got great food, great beer, great scene. And then, of course, there's the outdoor areas. We're getting into the nicer weather season, maybe not today. But Wayland's got a space for everyone. Up to 200 guests in the Wayland Hall, which is constantly packed for weddings and showers and corporate events and holiday parties and graduation parties. So you can book that. And right now, book your midweek event with 75 guests or more on Wednesdays or Thursdays, April through July, and get a $0 room fee. So big parties, small parties, fantasy football, little meetings, business meetings, private beer tastings. They've got a space for everyone, and they've got great beer to boot. Visit Wayland Brewing. Find your way to great beer, 3740 North Buffalo Street in Orchard Park.
biggest thing that has struck me is that it continues to be someone else's problem. Like, take us back to locker cleanout day. First, it was the knee tendonitis. And then to start this season, it was JT Miller. And then when JT Miller's not there, he gets back to performing at a level that he should. Then JT Miller's gone, and all of a sudden the question is his line mates. Does he have enough talent around him? Is he being deployed appropriately? And then finally, after we don't see a different Pettersson, all of a sudden now it's the media's fault. And I think the biggest question left to answer is, when is Elias Pettersson going to take any accountability for his own game?
Frank Saravalli.
Frank Saravalli.
Daily Faceoff.
And that is what it has sounded like about Pettersson for like a week or more now from the Vancouver people and the insiders. Like, he's kind of getting crushed.
Yeah.
And I wonder if Sabre fans are now hearing that or reading about him and thinking, like, or being turned off to the idea a bit. Just on all of that. I don't even know how true all of that is. Like, is he actually blaming the media, or is he just saying that the media is annoying and he probably shouldn't have said it? But it seems like a guy right now that is just completely lost in the wilderness, and you're kind of maybe taking a risk on a personality more than anything if you're to acquire him and spend a ton to get him. It's also why he would be available, though.
Right.
It's because that baggage is the only reason you could even get him.
Don't you think a good chunk of Sabres fans don't even bother entertaining the idea of a trade because they don't think the team will make one?
That is definitely a sizable chunk, I would imagine.
Yeah.
Yeah. That just wouldn't even think about it. I think they'll do something.
They will have to. I also think, like, this offseason, somebody from the core gets moved. I do think that'll happen.
Cousins?
Maybe.
Doesn't have to be Cousins. Because Cousins is the only one that you can realistically think has any value that doesn't sound as crazy as, like, you're not trading Dahlin or Tage, and then who else in your core really carries a lot of weight? Like, it just feels like there's enough noise to think he would be the one.
Operation 10 straight. Here's the update. So Ottawa lost, right? That's good.
Yep.
The final playoff spot is currently held by the Columbus Blue Jackets. Here's the thing about chasing. It's like chasing a cut line in golf. Yes, it moves around a lot. But if you birdie in, you'll probably be close to it because the teams that are here are not that good either. I mean, they're better than you. Right now, Columbus is on pace through 64 games, to have 70 points. If the Sabres win their next 8, I know, okay? I know. Then they would have 69 and be 1 point back.
Yeah.
That's it. That's the math. Some are doing a magic number like they have 26 games remaining. They probably have to win 19 of them. Mm-hmm. All right. Do you want to do it that way? That's fine, too. I'm doing Operation 10 straight. If they lose tonight, guess what? Start a 10-game streak tomorrow because the number will be slightly different, but about the same. They kind of have to win. They got to be about 13 games over 500 is really what they have to do. And over actual 500, not like the overtime loss 500.
Yep. Are they good?
Who?
The Sabres.
No.
Like, do we care about these indicators, like the fact that
are they better? Are they improved?
That they have the third most goals in the NHL this year at 5-on-5. Like, their special team stinks. Like, I don't think there's any question about that. Their special team stinks. Do we care that they're amazing in the first period, best team in the league? Like,
no.
Do we care that they're great at 5-on-5? Like, do we care that when Dahlin is healthy, especially, that they're a far better team? Like, there are these indicators, these small indicators that are kind of mixed in that kind of say, like, you're definitely not as bad as where you are in the standings, but maybe you're even closer to good than you are to terrible. You just got some things to figure out.
Yep.
But that's different. There are years where they have a hot power play, or they have a great penalty kill, or they get great goaltending, but there's just no debate. The team stinks. Like, the team gets run over at even strength all the time. And that really is the one category I really want to kind of key in on, is like, if they're good at even strength, then I kind of want to believe that I don't know. How far do I want to go with it? That they're going to figure it out?
The answer to your question, do you care about the things they are good at is picture it's locker cleanout day, and Kevin Adams is talking about those things as reasons why they're good. Do you care about it? Like, you might say
I might
not
care
wrong.
about it if it was a different GM that was saying.
Well, just like, I'm not saying he's wrong, but I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear these victory laps over things that, have you finishing in 27th place.
Right.
So anyway, 803-0550, our phone number, 1-888-550-2550. Did you see Warren Sharp had some interesting stats? NFL note here. Do you know the team that would benefit the most if the Tush push was banned?
That would benefit the most?
Yes, there's one team that would benefit the most. He did some numbers on fourth downs in the NFL last year. And we already did our stat of the day. So I can give you this, which is kind of part of that.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Who?
So everybody knows quarterback sneaks are very efficient. Anybody who wants to eliminate the tush push is still allowing you to do the quarterback sneak, to still do the thing where the offensive lineman and the defensive lineman push each other and no one's getting called soft. Like, it's still a play. It's just you can't push the quarterback from behind. Anyway, he points out that quarterback sneaks are very effective. 70 quarterback sneaks last year in the NFL on fourth and short, converted at a 90% rate.
Mm-hmm.
So 90% of quarterback sneaks convert. The Washington Commanders, converted 87% of their fourth and shorts and never ran a single quarterback sneak.
Wow.
So they don't even need the tush push.
No.
If you're the Commanders, you wish you could vote 10 times. Take it away from the Eagles. We don't even need it.
Right.
87% on fourth and short and did not quarterback sneak a single time.
Yeah. That, especially if your division rival that you play twice a year is the one that is running the same play. Because both those teams go for a lot of fourth downs, right? So, like, you would be taking away your biggest threat, your biggest contender, your biggest division rival right now going forwards, number one play by far in those situations, and you would still have all of yours. That would be huge for them, I think.
Yeah. 803-0550. Let's get some calls in. We got a couple to catch up on. Let's go to Winton in Buffalo. Winton, good morning.
Hey, guys. Just to chime in on the Kincaid a little bit. McDermott kind of complained about his strength and his power, but, he was never really good at blocking to begin with coming out of college. That was his knock getting drafted. But he's supposed to have, great hands, but even his hands have been a little shaky at times. And even with Coleman, he was never really a separated speed guy, and it kind of showed this year. So maybe we're starting to get a little bit too cute in draft, and I would just like to hear your opinion on that.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
all guys at that stage in the first round are going to have deficiencies, right? It's
most
just kind of.
Brian Thomas Jr. doesn't appear to have too many. And Ladd McConkey had a great rookie season. I was watching some and reading some on him.
But what's his deficiency? His deficiency is he can't really play on the outside, right?
Sure. I'm not even sure that is his deficiency. Everybody's got one. Xavier Worthy had a deficiency. He's not that big. He's not ever going to run block for you. Right. So you're right. You're not going for perfect players. You're going for guys that fit roles. And for Kincaid and for Coleman, they've got roles to fill. It is a little bit of the Bills' offense. They are constantly trying to, when they draft a player, say a player can do more than they have done. And sometimes they're right. Dawson Knox did not catch a touchdown in college, and they turned him into a pretty good tight end. So sometimes they're right.
Right.
But if you think back to Kincaid, he's a matchup nightmare. Think of him like a receiver. Well, that's not really true. When they drafted Shakir, they needed help on the outside. Oh, we think he can go on the outside. It's really not true. Coleman is – here's another part about Coleman that's interesting. Many people thought Coleman would be good in the NFL and would be best used where?
Slot.
Slot.
They've
got so many guys that can roll in there, and I think Coleman did start to see a little bit of slot deployment late in the season, a little bit.
Look on that because you already have Shakir, Kincaid, and
right.
Samuel if you want to that all play there a lot.
So it's just interesting. The Bills they like the guys they like, and for whatever reason, they've not committed a big asset to a burner. Maybe this is the year.
Yeah, you're right. But if you look at Coleman played 75 snaps in the slot total this season. And before he got injured, that was only like 20 of them. So like 55 of his 75 were weeks 15 on. Mm-hmm. But again, that number is minuscule, 75 snaps in the slot on the year compared to 633 on the outside. Like, they really did not. They did not think that it was going to be a part of his game. Or at least just that it didn't fit the offense. And that was always my biggest question with, like, Concade. If you want to tell me his deficiencies, he doesn't block and he's not big enough, like, all right, like, I could still listen to, though, matchup nightmare. Like, if he's good at the stuff he's supposed to be good at, then I shouldn't really care about all that other stuff.
Yeah,
the stuff
true
that
matchup,
go ahead.
But the true matchup nightmares are at tight end are the guys that do both. That you really, when they're on the field, you are afraid they're going to blast you and they're going to block. That's the true matchup nightmare at tight end.
But then with Coleman, even I guess in addition then, with Coleman, my problem more so with him is the things that were questions about him, speed and separation, are just like, they're non-starters for me. Like, if you can't do that, then you better be the best contested catch guy in the league. And he was one of the worst. By efficiency, he was one of the worst.
I don't think the separation issue has to be a death sentence. There are guys that do succeed without separating. He can be one of those guys. I think it's obviously key to know you shouldn't really ever expect it from him. I think he can succeed despite having that problem, but you know, I don't think it's someone you can really grow into becoming.
Well, then he's going to have to catch more than 23% of his contested balls. Like, that's it.
Right.
That might be all. And is that what they're talking about when they say aggressiveness and, like, you know, going after, you know, those types of plays? That might be all that they're really talking about when they're talking about. They weren't talking about Coleman in these press conferences having to go to work this offseason and figuring out how to run routes. Like, that wasn't the messaging.
803-0550 to join us, Jeremy and Joe. Big game tonight, Sabres and Canes. We're calling it a big game. You can't stop us. We're doing it. And it's the Canes. Maybe you can, you know, work up a little lather, a little hatred. Call back on the old...
Just show the 06 banner and a picture-in-picture in the corner of the screen the whole time just to get Sabre fans fired up.
Watching 06 highlights does include, though, getting OLN on the broadcast. Don't forget that.
Yes.
OLN, the Outdoor Life Network.
What a time to be alive.
What a life we have lived here. What a life. All right, we'll wrap the show and pass it off to the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show coming up next. All right, Joe, from the Combine, we're seeing a lot of safeties now, and the Bills are meeting with all of the safeties.
All right.
I think safety is definitely on the board here. Definitely. First round, second round, yeah. Third round, I think safety is absolutely on the board. We got all the positions. It's every position on defense and wide receiver. That's the draft.
I still am not there on line. They're meeting with safeties and linebackers, but I'm still just not. I don't see it.
What else?
Brian Fisher of Locked On Red Wings just tweeted out games to pay attention to in the wild card race if you're a Red Wings fan.
Here we go.
And then who you're rooting for. Blue Jackets and Red Wings, obviously. Sharks and Canadiens. You're rooting for the Sharks if you're a Red Wings fan. Flames and Lightning, rooting for Calgary. And then Flyers and Penguins.
Excuse me, sir.
So new name. Instead of Operation 10 Straight, I think this is Operation Other Teams Media Paying Attention to Your Games.
He obviously doesn't know about Operation 10 Straight.
No, he'll learn soon enough, we hope.
He's going to learn soon enough. Once they get to 7. If they get to 7. All right. We're back tomorrow for Combine Friday, I guess. Stay tuned. More updates from the Combine. The Bills meeting with all of the defensive linemen, all of the safeties, it would appear. And more on-field stuff begins today. Workouts, 40s, all that good stuff. Jeremy and Joe saying, talk to you tomorrow. The Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show is up next.